Are you ready for a vacation that will make all your poker buddies jealous? Set sail with Texas Card House for 7 days of sun, fun, and poker on March 26th to April 2nd, 2023. Sailing out of Galveston, Texas, the Royal Caribbean Allure of the Seas is one of the most awarded ships in the world. As you sail for 7 days with Texas Card House with stops in Roatan, Costa Maya, and Cozumel. Sun, fun, and oh yeah, non-stop poker. Texas Card House is bringing their world-class staff on board for 7 days of cash games, tournaments, and no matter your skill level, we've got games for you. Texas Card House Poker Cruise, Royal Caribbean, Allure of the Seas. Cabins are going fast. Don't get left in port and miss the vacation of a lifetime. For full details, visit TexasCardHouse.com.
Good evening and welcome to TCH Live. This is our Monday game, 2-5 2K Match the Stack, and we're only having bomb pots every orbit. It's a little different than the last month or so.
Every orbit or every hour?
William. Huh?
Every orbit or every hour?
I'm sorry, every hour. Yeah, every orbit was too much, so we were doing like 14, 15 bomb pots in a session. But Mr. Lottie is here with us as well. So I'm joining Lottie here. We're going to commentate this bad boy. He is off at his apartment because there's
my house. I got a bit
outside.
bigger than that. I got a house.
A house. It could be just because if you're living in the Austin area, there is threat of snow. So
Yeah, more like ice. Like I wish
Ice.
it were snow.
I do too. All right, so we're already off to our first bomb pot here, and we're going to go over the lineup as we get through it. I was playing with a lot of these guys before the stream as well, so they were excited to get on here. And let's see. So let's see who's got the ace here.
I
So
see some nut diamonds on both sides for Mr. Cake, as well as a straight for Mr. Cake on top.
I think the graphics are incorrect. I see 2 aces on the board.
Yeah, I don't think he actually folded the. Well, nut diamonds could be king high diamonds, but I'd be surprised if he actually folded what he just folded. Anyway, aces full for Mike Bell.
Yeah, it's a Optimize also has. Well, I forgot what the board was because I'm looking at the graphics.
Yeah.
Here
Yeah,
we
that
go.
was my
Okay,
mistake.
so he's just got trips right now.
Optimize has the trip aces and also.
Bell's
I
got
think
the
it's
nuts on the bottom,
transferability.
so I'm just trying. Yeah,
I think
So
Mike's
it-
scooping.
yeah. Does the 8 hold on the top? I think it does.
Yeah, I think it's a pair of 8s on top. 8s and 4s actually. We undersold him there.
That's true, and I think Optimize can get away from this. He has really nothing.
Yeah, he missed the whole world. He just has trips. No, well, yeah, he just has trips. The graphics wrong. This is a one-way hand. We've talked about this so many times. One-way hands, and not even a great one-way hand.
Yeah. Even the straight
He's
is.
gonna
Yeah.
call, and he's gonna get scooped, I think.
And an 8.
I'm sure Mike was thinking this is a chop pot. Sure.
Yeah, this is the old surprise scoop. Well, that certainly starts at the show. A bomb pot getting scooped. You'll love to see it.
Wow, that's a little bit of rarity. Let's take a look in the chat. We have 42 so far starting us off today. I want to welcome everybody and thank you. Of course, make sure you hit that like button.
That's right. hit
Last
like
Monday
and
we got
subscribe.
over 100, so that was good.
That's a lot of likes.
All right, so let's see who we got around at the table here. Mike Bell, who's now a stream regular crusher. We have Rick, who I just was playing with at another table. We have Mr. Cake in 2. I'm going to have to see his face because I'm not familiar with that handle. I don't know if you are, William.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with him.
And in the chat, let us know if the volume is good. I want to make sure that you guys, I know last week the volume went out for like 40 minutes. We couldn't get any kind of audio. So.
And this is the first time I've tried to do this from home.
Yeah, I've had.
We might screw this up.
No, you sound a little light though.
Yeah.
Let me see if I
I
can turn.
don't have controls over that.
Let me see if I can.
One raise 30.
How about now? Say something.
Fold, 3 fold.
I see Rick just limping in with the king queen offsuit. How does that sound?
It's a little louder. That's good.
Okay, yeah, whatever it is probably, as long as chat's not whining too much. Sam, this is Austin, as it says on the felts. And we see a pair
Albert
of
is
jacks
asking.
nice.
Albert's asking, is a PLO stream? No, this is Hold'em. We do bomb pots.
PLO
And so-
Thursday.
Thursdays are going to be our PLO stream. I know it might say PLO on the graphics. We apologize. It's Hold'em.
Actually, I think Dallas has a ladies PLO stream coming up on Wednesday as well. All of you who like and subscribe and get those notifications on, you can find out every single time we're on the air. As we see Rick putting in the bet. Still just king queen. Optimize probably pretty happy to see that ace pair on the turn, making it less likely he's up against an ace. He does call. To the river we go. And Rick picks up a pair of queens. Probably check here.
I think Rick can safely go for some thin value if he wanted to.
He is going to go that route.
Oh, okay.
He is going for the value, 135. And the quick fold. And Rick going to take it down.
Okay, seat 2, it says Mr. Cake. That's not, I've played with him lots of times. That's not his name. All right, so Branson played, I believe, last week. So he's becoming a regular. We have Optimize. Don't have anybody in seat 5. We have Chris in seat 6. So now we do have a list going. But I think the weather has kind of stopped some people from traveling out and playing, which I don't blame them at all.
Yeah, normally I'd be right next to you in the booth, but instead I just remained in my house.
Yeah, I was looking forward to it.
Yeah.
We haven't done a stream together in a long time.
Yeah, like I look out my window, like there's already icing on my gutters. So the road's probably iced too.
Yeah, my car was all ice, and it took me a little bit to defrost all of that.
Do you carry a nice scraper?
No, I don't. I live in Texas. Why?
Yeah. I have had the same ice scraper with me since I got my first car a number of states ago. I may have the only ice scraper within a mile radius of here. I don't know.
You really need it just for like 2 or 3 days a year here.
Yeah, but when you have it, when you need it, you really are happy to have it. And my car is actually just sitting in my garage anyway, not accumulating any ice as we go heads up to a flop.
So that flop really doesn't help anybody. Ace Queen still in the lead.
Chris with the gut shot.
Yeah.
And it backdoors the nut no pair. And going to continue for 35. And this is where I'm going to question if Rick actually has 8-5, because that's a very interesting call.
He's either that or he's floating to try something nefarious on later streets.
Also a possibility, but Chris picked
Chris
up the spade
is a good player.
75.
Chris going to keep firing.
Yeah, now I question whether he has 8-5 now as he reaches for.
Those look like raising chips.
Yeah, they are. And he might have 8-5 and he's just playing the player here.
Chris has turned too many outs, as we like to say.
Yeah, he's got that big combo draw. The only thing that might slow him down would be the paired board, but there's no way you can fold here.
See if Chris can get there even better than he already has with ace high. And he does.
He got there twice.
He's got the straight and he's got the flush, but not quite both together. But still pretty darn good. That said, it is kind of a bummer because Rick could certainly have all the boats, like a lot of the reasonable jacks have boats here.
I think Chris is really hoping that he just has a jack.
He's going to lead.
Yeah.
Interesting choice to lead. in my opinion. What do you think about the lead time?
I would have preferred to check because obviously Rick has shown interest in this hand.
Like, I imagine Rick just shoves here. You're just gonna throw up. Because like he could have a boat. He still has all the boats.
Jack
So
9,
yeah, I'm
King
with
Jack.
you on checking. Rick gonna look at. Yeah, I have 8 high, right? I'm playing the board, right? Yeah, I'm playing the board. Why did I do this? Empty boats. I want to say hi to Alan Piscitello showing up in the chat, saying that we're his favorites. Well, glad that they got us here together tonight.
Yeah,
Like
I was definitely looking forward to it.
Yeah,
He asked me, I was asked to do the Thursday because you're playing the PLO stream, right?
That's right, which is why I was sliding it to Monday because I'm playing the PLO stream on Thursday.
And he asked me if I wanted to do the stream with Lonnie, and I said, absolutely. Let's do this.
Yeah, and I was down for it too. I mean, every show I've done with you has been a lot of fun, and it's been a bit.
Let's see here. Seat 9 is Preston. They pretty much just broke our table and moved it to the live stream that we were on.
Fair enough.
And yeah, so all these guys have been on the show before. I'd be interested to see who else can get on the stream. I know we have a full 1-3 table that they can cannibalize. I rarely get to use that word, but cannibalize from.
Yeah.
I saw. I played with Josh Mosquito Joe's here. Get him on the table.
Also, you could just give him direct.
Yeah, we'll see if we get that seat filled
So
up.
we are good. Everybody, auto 10, mandate 10.
I may send a text out.
It's mandatory 10. 8 fold, 9 fold, 10 fold, 10.
I hear chatter about maybe the 10 just remaining on.
One call 10. One of those seats. 2 fold, 3 fold, 4 fold. We're gonna get there, guys.
That's okay. I just sent a text out, see if we can get that last seat filled. And we got some marginal hands running into slightly better hand.
5 check.
Gotta love these limped pots.
1 check.
Rick making middle pair, and the best hand remains the best hand. Chris has a pair now. Scott with a gut shot on this 9 of spades turn.
5 check. 6 check. 1 bet. 25.
Yeah, the pot's so
Not gonna let it
small,
check
it's not
her
even
again.
worth really kind of fighting over.
He can get a little value here from heart draws, from straight draws,
5 raises. 115.
Scott's going to take the
or he
other
can get
route.
check raised.
6 folds.
It is a straight bluff, but Scott did leave himself some outs with the 7.
1 call.
Does call.
Heads up.
And ace is going to pair on the end.
Yeah, I think that's a good card for Rick.
Certainly,
Now, I think you just bluff catch here.
yeah, easy bluff catch. All the draws miss on this ace of spades.
5 checks. 1 checks.
8 high.
Check, check, and you love to hear 8 high when you're sitting there with second pair. Alan, I am calling in from my house, actually. I am above water. I am above ground, but the format we've got moving in here is keeping me in my house as opposed to TCH, which is a number of miles from me. Like, I already see the ice building around here, so just staying home and staying off the roads.
Yeah, the poker room today is a little light. There were only 3 tables going. Typically on a Monday we have 5 or 6, plus the tournament that we have at 7 o'clock, the PLO $60 tournament.
Yeah, I hear I hear the ice situation is even worse up north. Hopefully, all of you up in the northern part of our state are staying safe as well and staying warm.
9 fold.
That second last level. day one I was at, like, starting
2 raise 30. 3 fold.
All right, we have a raise here with Jack 9 off here by Mr. Cake.
5 fold. 6 fold.
Mike's definitely going to give this call, give us the look. He wants to see a flop with those suited connectors.
30.
I'm a big fan of Queen 9 suited myself.
Yeah, perfectly good defend, and we see it as dominating.
8 check. 2 bet 25.
Mr. Cake going to continue on a good board for him, and gets the fold from the better hands.
Yeah, we have some players already on the list.
And you're right about that, Alan. The
Where's Patty at on the list?
race cars definitely wouldn't do well on ice unless they got studded tires. Yeah. All I've got is a Honda. I sold the sports car. I sold that last year.
Okay. She's going to get right now, trying to figure out.
In other words, I sold the one car that actually had four-wheel drive.
Okay, thanks.
Certainly no ground clearance, though. I think, like, I never drove it. Like, I had a Porsche that was just so expensive to maintain, and I never drove it. And it seems like I kind of caught the peak of the used car market, so that's good timing. And
1 fold.
also, it's out of warranty, and those things aren't cheap to fix. So there's a lot of reasons that I moved
3
on
fold.
from that
4
car.
fold.
I may get another one in the future.
I bet.
I feel that way about my car too. It's the maintenance is, and I really don't drive anywhere. Oh, I'm gonna stop myself, and Chris wakes up with the aces here.
6
Yes,
raise.
somebody has aces. We're going to actually have some poker here. Maybe. I mean, we'll see if Scott continues with 6 high.
It does leave him exploitable if he fold. He's gonna go. Maybe
He's
that's
gonna
he should
fold.
fold, but
Yeah, the problem, like, yes, it's suited. Yes, it's slightly connected. But there are very few pots where you're going to be playing a big pot and have the best hands. Or as we say, reverse implied odds.
10 over here.
I was told we are doing the straddle, so effectively a 2-5-10 game. Let's see if I
Awesome.
see that. Oh, I was just, yep, there it is, 2-5-10.
Two fold. 3 fold. 4 raise 35.
5-3 suited.
5 fold. 6 fold.
I like it. I mean, if you're going to play it as a raise and keep it really disguised, right?
Absolutely.
But
And somewhere Jamin Burton is smiling. He swears by that hand. One of the best vloggers out there if you haven't seen his vlog.
his production value is what I like.
Absolutely. And we're not just saying this because he shows up in the chat sometimes. We genuinely think he's great and his content is great.
1 check. 4 bet 25.
Optimize continuing as the pre-flop raiser.
1 call.
This is interesting as both players have nothing.
1 check.
Optimize does, I guess, pick up a gut shot.
He does.
I mean, it best.
Hey, you picked something up. You got to keep firing here. You're certainly not winning in showdown with 5 high.
4 bet 90.
Turning up the heat here, going 3/4.
This is probably going to work. Rick doesn't really beat anything, although ace high is good some of the time here.
It is, and also consider your opponent who isn't that much of a maniac, and
Yeah.
Optimize does get the job done with the aggression.
I've had, just like you, I've had an opportunity to watch Optimize play the last couple of years, really on the streams, really progressed well. He's really just changed his game up in the last couple of months. He's been a lot more aggressive. I mean, he used to be, let's face it, he used to be a nit. I mean, he would only play.
Yeah, he used to
top
be
of range.
closer to my line.
Yeah, he did, but now he's really, as you see right there as an example, he's really learned to open up and not be predictable at all. So,
Yeah.
so that's good to see.
Like there
Although
are some
sometimes it
spots
costs
you
them
can
some
take
big pots. But
with the right reputation. There are certainly some spots you can take where not everybody can.
Oh, you got it. We're good. We're good. All right, 3 fold, 4 fold.
well, I'm still in it. Still-
I bet 35.
Ooh, Chris again. It's not even fair. Aces and now queens.
6 raise, 105.
Scott must feel like he's just getting amused by Chris here.
Thanks at 105 and
2 fold.
back over to Scott.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of ace 4 offsuit. I don't even
Especially
play
out of
that.
position.
Yeah, it's just not a
Just muck it.
strong hand there. It just doesn't play well.
We're just going to take the pot before the obligatory ace on the flop shows up.
All right, Mike Bell is leading the way with that early double up on that bomb pot through optimized. And then Chris is also winning here. So really early on. Only 9 hands played so far.
I'm going to get my gamble on. What do you say?
Oh, I never win at those things. I don't even have points. I think I get lost a lot.
Dante's Busto, you heard it here.
Yeah, let me check. I probably have 7. You need 10 to play, so I don't know.
All right,
10
4
is a
fold.
minimum bet.
5 folds.
Don't you hate it when the minimums keep going up? I mean, you go to the Vegas Strip, you can't even get a $10 blackjack table, right? I mean, it's just
Sure, no
inflated.
$10 It's 25
Exactly.
at minimum.
It's 25 minimum. That's what I'm
Although,
saying.
at Ellis, I don't know if have you been to Ellis Island?
Oh, God, no.
They have $5 craps.
6 calls, 125.
I believe it. From what I believe it.
It is kind of your lower end, I agree, but it has $5 craps and $15 prime rib.
6 check.
I'm sorry.
I have heard good things about the food. I have not had the chance to sample it.
It's good. It's really good. I go every time I go to Vegas, I go there.
90.
But we digress a little bit. And Mike Bell's got top pair, average kicker against another pair, and just going to take
That's
that down. I feel like Mike has been on the stream, almost every stream for the last 3 months.
Look at that, a 99.
You got what?
I rolled a 99.
I have never won a roll. In 2 years, or however long it was been. Never won a roll.
I was probably the first one ever to hit 100 on this thing.
5 fold, 6 fold,
Yeah, I couldn't even.
8 fold, 9 fold.
But this is where I run good, not like the tournament last weekends where I bubbled at 1 in the morning.
35. 3 fold, 4 fold.
I win all the small pots, I lose all the big ones. That's the rule here. Mr. Cake raises and takes it.
Did you watch the football games this weekend?
I did. I watched both games. No surprise that your Eagles took it down.
Yeah, I mean, it was the pass rush that won the game. That was
6 fold.
Yeah. I would like to know why Shanahan didn't at least try McCaffrey at quarterback.
1 fold.
Like, it seems like he was playing just not to get blown out.
Yeah, he threw a good ball. There's nobody there. The one time he threw.
Yeah. As opposed to a quarterback who you know can't throw. At least make Philly wonder if he's going to throw the ball.
Do you know who's supposed to come to that?
And that last game, the Kansas City-Cincinnati game, Cincinnati, I think, just made too many mistakes.
That's good. That's a good plate.
So I got 3 bettors to my left, 4 bettors.
I assume you've got the Eagles winning the Super Bowl, Dante?
Of course, being a big
8
Eagles
bet,
fan.
35. 9 fold.
So
1
it's been a
fold.
great couple of months for me.
Yeah, they
2 bet.
yeah, they seem like the team to beat.
3 fold. 4 fold.
They are going against the best quarterback in the league, in my opinion.
Who is on a bad ankle? He is a little bit compromised.
5 call, 35.
And Kelsey's hurt too. He's back.
Yeah.
Alright, 3 players.
So Jeff, yes, seat 7 is open. If you want to come down, put your name on the list, but please be careful. Oh, I have a raised hand. I think we have it filled. Oh, I'm sorry, Jeff. JB comes in. He's going to come in and take that seat.
We check all the way through because nobody had anything somehow, and now we see a gut shot show up for Mike Bell, a heart draw to go along with Scott's pair of 4s, which are somehow best.
8 bet, 40.
Yeah, he doesn't even need to improve at all.
Mike got to take the stab at it. Let's it go. Impression getting the job done.
Did you cash that tournament? I got
Alan with some opinions about Cincinnati. We should clarify that Alan is a Cleveland fan.
Holy crap.
Why? I should not.
There's JB.
No, that seat's ice cold now.
I think it's fair to say, or safe to say, he's going to be probably the highest VPIP here.
you guys.
As we get
You love to see it.
1,000? 1,000.
I've seen JB run his
Is it
stuff
mandatory
way
tax
up,
straddle?
and then way down, and then way up again, all in the same session. So,
Mandatory tax?
very swingy player.
And welcome to the game.
Loves to see flops. We'll call anything just to see a flop.
Our big winner on the Thursday 510 show last week played something like 70 or 80% of the pots.
Welcome to the show.
It was really quite the day, and you should feel free to check that out in our archives on our YouTube channel. We got every episode ever. I imagine we'll get highlights from that at some point.
Set your sights right over here.
I'm the most donkeyest
6 call,
guy in this.
7.
Blind versus blind.
Heads up.
JB dominated here.
6 check, 7 check.
Well, they both
Open
pick up
enter.
a draw here, and they both pick up a 3.
Yeah, they
Oh, no,
both
it's
have
not.
a straight draw.
7 call.
They both have a straight draw here. Each of them hoping the river's a pair. Neither player rivers a pair. Ace high gonna be best.
7. 3 straight.
Waiting for the 3 to hit.
You have some new glasses, baby? Good. My prescription got changed. Sorry.
Same clear table in the hand.
JB is on Chris's left, so that shouldn't matter as the night goes on.
It's become old.
Chris is very disciplined player, very good player. JB very, what's the word I'm looking for? What's the-
Maniacal.
Aggressive. Maniacal. Yeah.
Always fun to have the maniac on your direct left.
He makes you feel uncomfortable. There's no doubt about it. I mean, that's not. Sometimes that's a good thing. Sometimes it's not.
1 bet 30.
Yeah, I'd much rather have them on the right given the choice.
4 call.
Optimize. Does he just call?
He does just call it that student against a fairly early position opener.
I guess that's not bad.
3 players.
He's completely
Here's a spicy flop. Heart draw for Rick, top pair for Optimize. Could see some money go in here.
Backdoor flush by Mike, although he's dominated by Optimize with the
That
flush.
too, yeah, Mike does have the backdoor equities. Does have
I
the
mean, you could
backdoor
see,
wheel
depending
as
on
well.
the. Yeah, he just let. I'm just
And he
trying
just
to figure
gets
out.
out as he should.
Well, I was just trying to figure out how can he call. Well, that card would definitely help. That would give him a combo draw.
And Rick turning himself bottom pair.
Bottom pair and flush draw, good enough for to lead out here, which, you know, I don't mind that at all. He knows his 3 is no good. And Rick was the pre-flop aggressor, so ace is definitely in his range.
For sure, Rick still has all the nut hands available.
Oh,
And what about that? 2 pair.
yeah, you'll never see that 2 pair. You'll never see.
125.
He goes pretty small here.
Well, this is definitely a call. I mean, optimize. I wonder if he's thinking about actually raising this, which would not be a good idea no matter what Rick had. Doesn't make sense, but
Well, the draw's missed. Pretty annoying spot here. Slight bummer that you have a 10 which blocks the 10-9 or one of the missed draws.
4 calls.
He calls.
Worst poker.
yeah, he was always going to call. He's got top air.
Holy moly.
It was such a small bet on the river.
I
Now,
don't think he
Optimizer is
believes.
berating him for playing 3-2.
I think he's in disbelief that
See how he went running like that?
that 3 deuce took that line.
Couldn't even be a heart so I could get away. Jeff Hart?
Hey, he flopped a flush draw, improved to a pair and a flush draw, and then river 2 pair.
Nice ace.
He did.
Sexy little ace. I probably should have 3-bet and got you off your dog.
And it was the best hand.
Three. Huh? 3. Yeah, and you had heart. Yeah, I mean, you know, you had some equity to pot, but you sucked
Take a
out.
look at the chat. Oh, we have Reneth, Alan, Frank, how are you? We have Jeff in there, who only has 5 TCH live points. Kicker problems, Poker
Hey,
Monkey, our sanctuary.
Just keep chatting. You'll get some more of those TCH points. You earn them by chatting. You also earn them by super chatting.
Actually get heart? 4 fold. Wow. 5 fold. That was your money card too. And then you just
6 bet 35.
cow.
7 fold.
Just for me, baby.
8 raise 150. 9 fold.
Mike Bell putting in the 3-bet with the queens.
Already we've seen some big pairs here early on.
Heads up.
A couple of queens and aces. We have ace jack going up against queens. Almost always an ace. Oh,
Middle set for Mike.
gut shot for Chris.
8 bets 125.
Yeah, Mike could normally just check this, but given the fact that there's some draws out there, especially the diamonds.
Yeah, Jeff, you may or may not get points for watching. That's never worked that reliably. But every 10 minutes, if you send a message, every 10 minutes you get a point for that. Like I said, may or may not work as far as the watching goes. Unfortunately, that's not totally in our control. It's like a YouTube thing there or something.
2 fold. 3 bet 35. 4 fold. 5 fold. 6 fold.
I can't even gamble until I get 2 more points.
8 fold. 9 fold.
All right, this might be Branson's first hand.
1 fold.
It'll be a winner.
He was honest about it too. He didn't try to trick you.
Well, I was just texting him already in the hand.
Not fishing cake today? Not fishing cake? No, last week he was fishing cake. This week he's mustache.
Good to go. 3 fold.
Let us know in the chat if you're a fan. I know we were doing
5 fold, 6 fold.
bomb pots every orbit. Let us know if you like that format. Today we went back to just the dealer change bomb
8
pots.
bet, 35.
I'm actually I mean I don't mind, but me personally I prefer less bomb pots. How do you feel, William?
I love playing the bomb pots
140.
for the sake of the show. Like, they do slow things down
1 fold,
sometimes,
2 fold,
which is probably the negative. You probably have some players who would rather not just
8 fold.
play non-stop bomb pots. We see the queens take it with the 3-bet there. You know, like, as a player, I like them. As a viewer, depends.
Do them every hour.
I think as a commentator I don't like them because they are harder to commentate on.
It is harder to keep track.
No, okay, that's fine.
Guys, he was just asking
Jeff
why
is a
the
big
bomb pot
fan of bomb pots.
He was just asking why the bomb pot button is out.
I'm assuming just keep track of that bomb pot button. Just off the regular button? Okay, fair enough. 4 fold. 5 fold.
Chris with another premium.
6 bet, 35.
Yeah, I mean he's a really good player. It's almost unfair he's getting these big cards here. And 35 is the standard raise, it seems like, from the $10 straddle.
Yeah, 3.5 big blinds.
105.
Rick with a nice pocket pair. We
Yeah,
could
play
see
this
some
as a
fireworks
3-bet.
here. We could see a 4-bet,
3 fold.
which I think he should. Doesn't
Yeah,
have to be
especially
big.
with
Doesn't
that
have to make it
offsuit
big.
hand that won't flop quite as well.
105.
All right, he's just
Instead,
gonna
he
look him up.
decides.
Heads up.
He is in
decides to
position
take
though,
it.
so.
Yeah.
Both players aren't really going to be thrilled with that flop.
Not that scary for Rick's nines. The queen, like among the overcards, the queen is one of the less scary ones.
1 bet, 135.
He will continue. Chris with overs and backdoors. Could float here. It looks like he's going to float it.
6
He's
fold.
got backdoor combo draw. I mean, I'm just being optimistic. Plus the 2 overs. He picks up one of those outs with the diamond. Rick has a diamond of his own.
One bet. 265.
Goes a little
Yeah.
over half pot here. He does fold.
I was thinking, yeah, it's close. I would probably, I would fold that, unless he had the ace of diamonds.
Yeah, the ace of diamonds, you're much more comfortable continuing, but I would wonder then, what was he hoping to turn? Was he hoping to turn exactly top pair?
Yeah, I mean, he did improve in theory, so.
Yeah.
And it wasn't
Like,
a big bet on the turn either. It was
Yeah,
like a half
I'm not
pot.
sure that. Yeah, like I'm not sure that I'm floating flop unless I'm going to continue when I pick up one of those draws. Like, or even if, let's say he picks up a jack or a 10 for a gut shot, to where you have like 10 outs.
Yeah, I mean, he he improved, so I think he'd want to see another one. If he was going to fold, he'd just fold on the flop, right? And we have another 9, Scott. Scott's been a regular on the stream as well, so good player in his own right. Although last week he didn't raise ace king, and it cost him big time, but that's another story. That's another story.
1 call 30. 2 fold.
We got
3
Rick
fold.
just calling on the button.
4 call 30.
I'm not a fan of that.
He is against under the gun opener effectively with the straddle line.
Yeah, I prefer a raise though in that spot.
4 check.
This is a good example why he would have
Rick
got.
could optimize both with top pair. But now you can just have Scott bet into you, and you can call very happily.
And if you call, that's going to bring in
Five
optimized
bet, 36.
for sure.
Yeah.
This is why I don't play A6 through 9. This is why.
You can tell when you're.
It's a dollar.
One call,
Like
30
an
seconds.
extra dollar on top, dude. I like that.
Such a small bet. $36. Weird bet. $36.
3 players.
Yeah, those chips are in play in the 2-5 game. Those white chips are in play. The king will give Rick a gut shot to go along with the top pair.
I think Scott is hoping that his opponents are all on clubs here.
And now Scott's gonna check, realizing that these nines are pretty much never good now. I think Scott's gonna be done with it.
130.
This is exactly, yeah. I like this play. This is what a bluff would do as well.
Rick goes for the half pot. Now what does Optimize want to do here? He has serious kicker problems. This is a 3-way pot. He is gonna fold.
It's a good fold by Blake.
Yeah, heads up. I lean more towards a call, but 3 ways, somebody's going to have the better kicker. And Rick's going to take it. Let me see, Mike and Rick, the 2 winners so far. Still a very long way to go here on TCH Live.
I can trust him.
Okay.
He's cousins. Not brothers. He's my cousin.
So, who's excited for the Pro Bowl games this weekend?
Oh, that's come on. That is incredibly embarrassing. Flag football. I don't have the words. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, like they weren't playing the actual game like it's real. Who knows what they're going to do with what is essentially your equivalent to an elementary school field day?
Even though, yeah, like you said, the Pro Bowls before were just there were no rushing, there was no blitzing, there's no exotic formations. It was straight. Yeah, there was no tackling. Wait a minute. We have Branson with pocket aces.
I don't know that he's going to get any action against these hands.
No, he made it really big.
7 fold. 2 fold.
Yeah, so Ace is going to take it against some fairly chunky hands anyway. And here's the thing, though. They say that, they claim that this will somehow be safer. But, I mean, non-contact injuries are a thing.
Well, if you're still
you can
running,
still
you're
hurt
going
your
to pull
knee,
your
run
hamstring,
down.
twist your ankle.
You're playing flag football, like, yeah.
In
So
the
not
end,
sure
I'm a huge
I'm
football
sold on
fan. I'll
that.
probably watch it.
Yeah, I'll be glued to NASCAR with
Everyone watch the football games.
their exhibition race happening on Sunday.
Man, 58.
Hey,
Clash.
are the Broncos getting Sean Payton?
Maybe. There's all kinds of rumors. So, like some people claim, well, maybe the Saints want too much for his rights, which they still control. Or
They
maybe
wanted number one.
Yeah, which the Broncos do have Miami's first rounder. And there's the talk that maybe Peyton doesn't want
7 fold.
to get into any kind of squabble with the owners.
1 fold. 2 fold.
I wonder if he said, okay, I'll come back in coaching. What would they do with Dennis Allen and New Orleans? What would they do?
Yeah.
All right, Branson here with a couple suited connectors. Scott's got some Broadway cards. Good enough to see a flop. We've got the producer's alarm going off. Oh, that was a bomb pot hour mark? I got you.
6 check.
And that flop helps nobody.
3 bet 30. 5 call 30. 6 fold. Heads up.
I really like
Scott,
Scott's
not a
call.
believer yet with the king high.
I like it because it just doesn't make sense, right? That he shouldn't hit any of that board. That 3 shouldn't help him.
Branson
Hard to have
doesn't
a
have
10.
to
Oh,
bluff
he-
anymore. He turns a pair, and now he turns 3 pair. 3
He's
rivers,
got
3 pair.
showdown here.
Yeah, Branson doesn't have to bluff now.
I think Scott needs to make a bet here. I don't think it'll work. I don't think it'll.
5 bet.
Oh,
It should work. He's going to go a little bit over pot here.
that might work.
3 fold.
It did work.
I just don't think that's what a 10 would do. Could be, though.
Well, a 10 could conceivably check call flop. On that board, like 10, 10, 3 rainbow, what turns are you afraid of?
You're probably afraid of something that connects with the 10, Jack,
Yeah,
Queen.
there's not a lot. There's really
I'm
no
just-
turns where you're going to have to fold is the point. And then the other thing is, like, if you have a 10 on that board, are you really check raising? Because what are you going to get paid by on that board if you check raise? Not a whole lot.
I sometimes like to kind of barrel away when I hit trips, just because
Bet 40.
a lot of times people don't put you on that because you are barreling away. 'Cause you know, mix it up a little bit.
6 rains.
And we've got
60.
Rick with
Chris
some
gone
nice
for a 3
broadways.
bet.
Chris is going to play his suited ace like aces.
It's not a very good ace. Like, I kind of like betting the ace 6 as a bluff just because ace 6 sucks.
160 is bet. Yes, sir.
Ace 6 can't even make a straight.
Yeah, I actually don't even play ace 6 a lot.
Yeah, suited I could get behind playing it in some fashion. I definitely like it better as the 3 bet, and Rick gonna outflop him here.
With the backdoor equity as well, so he's not going anywhere.
Chris with nothing but a range advantage gonna continue here. $175 likely going straight to Rick's stack.
What I don't want to see is Rick raise. Just want him to call here. Yeah.
He is just gonna call. There are certainly a number of scary potential turns. Queen of clubs, not so
that's an
much. That's
interesting
top
one.
2.
That's an interesting, now it gives Chris a little hope here.
Chris with the gut shot. Checking it over. I think he's in shutdown mode.
Yeah, Rick should make this very thin value bet here. Like that 175 to something like that, 200.
1 bet.
Oh, he goes a little
Goes
bit bigger.
bigger.
Still
300.
relatively small.
6
Yeah, half pot. And there are a lot of rivers that you're going to hit on this board, in all fairness. Like any ace, jack, 9, or heart, you're going to hate. Except the queen of hearts. You're going to love the queen of hearts.
Hmm. Actually, JB's been really quiet.
9 fold.
You might have to go out there and nudge him.
1 call. 2 fold. 3 fold.
No influencing action.
4 raise. 50. 5 fold. 6 fold. 7 fold, 8 fold. One call. One check.
That's a good question, Jeff. I don't think. I'm pretty sure
They,
it hasn't. William would know.
As far as WSOP, they've released like what general dates the series runs between, which are the same as always, like right after Memorial Day until middle of July.
Call 75.
And then they gave dates for the big weekend events, like main event, Millionaire Maker, Mystery Bounty, etc. They don't have the full schedule yet, and I'm looking forward to seeing that full schedule myself because I want to nail down my summer plans, and I want to know when the various mixed events are. As we see, optimize fire with that turns heart draw and take it down. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Like, what events are you looking to play, Jeff? Are you looking to play the big Hold'em events, the little Hold'em events, mixed games like me, maybe
Daily tournaments.
like the dark side?
I don't think I've ever seen Jeff play a tournament.
I've got to say, I think some of the softest tournaments in the entire WSOP are the 1100 mixed game megas. So the night before the night before a 10K mixed event, they have an 1100 satellite, which is that same game, and you see some crazy stuff there. And they pay 10,000 in lammers, just like the Hold'em satellites do. You can use them on anything.
4 bet, 50.
You've been winning too.
Huh? If you get out to Vegas, good luck with those events. Like I said, the big weekend tournaments, they've announced the dates for those already.
You can do that. Never.
Oh, we have another big pair here. This time optimizes the recipient here, and he's going to win a whopping $27.
Well, apparently we would have seen Jeff play a tournament if we would have been at TCH on Saturday. He picked the one on Saturday.
Jeff,
Congratulations on that.
I would have raised. I would have
I made the mistake of playing a tournament someplace else and bubbling last weekend. That's my bad.
Yeah, I got to start playing more tournaments because I definitely want to get out there. I want to play that millionaire, with that mini millionaire, whatever it was.
The Millionaire Maker?
Is it like $1,500?
Yeah, that's one of the many 1,500 events they have.
Well, those are the
there.
ones I want to play.
There's a lot of those. And the Millionaire Maker, I think they guarantee like $1 million up top usually, which is why they call it that.
25. 3 fold, 4 fold,
Ooh, it looks like Poker Monkey's going to be out there.
5 fold.
Take a shot at the satellites for the main event.
6 raise, 80. 7 fold, 8 fold, 9 fold. 10 folds. 1 fold. And 2
Mr.
calls.
Cake undeterred by that 3-bet from Chris.
And our heads up.
Chris getting after that with the King 5 suited. Both players gonna whiff.
2 check.
Not a great flop for a 3-better, but he is gonna fire.
Yeah, that flop's got to favor his opponent a little bit more.
He's got 2 overs. He does not have
2 folds.
much as far as draws. He is gonna fold. Yeah, most of those WSOP events are like maybe 1 re-entry or just a freeze out. You'll have to consult with them to the structures when those come out. Like those haven't come out yet either, I know that much. It's kind of a good thing though, because otherwise you get these high rollers who are chasing bracelets who will just like dump 20 bullets into the tournament. And
Yeah, I was going to
then
say,
they end up playing
I'd
more.
much rather play a freeze out than
Yeah.
a rebuy or re-entry type
Yeah, like
tournament.
a lot of the Hold'em stuff is like freeze out or 1 re-entry. And then PLO is usually 2 re-entries, at least in years past. Most of the mixed games are freeze outs. Some of them are 1 re-entry.
Well, I will never play any mixed game tournaments.
You're missing out.
Well, I'm just not. I'm just not.
3 bet 35 4
You haven't lived until you played deuce to 7.
Yeah. It's so funny because I know how to play it, but that doesn't mean anything. So I know the rules basically. That's it.
I know I got buried at it last week.
6 fold, 7 fold, 8 fold, 9 fold.
So we see Scott putting in the 3-bet with his ace-jack
Another big
offsuit, and it's
pocket
going to be
pair.
unfortunate timing as Rick, now the recipient of a giant pair. This will probably
Oh,
be
ironic.
the fourth coming in.
I probably shouldn't say this, but I felted Rick earlier with pocket kings.
2 fold.
Yeah, that's how it goes. The 4-bet up to 235, kind of small. So where
Yeah,
Scott
there's no
could
way
actually
Scott's getting
consider
rid of
calling.
It does look fishy.
He's getting decent odds on a call.
Oh, I think this is a definite call. I mean, you got to see what the flop brings you, but it just feels so strong.
I want to call you, give me such a good price.
I think if it were suited, he would have called.
Oh, of course, and I think Scott worked through it. He's like, Ace King would have made that bet. Ace Queen over pairs.
And
My jack.
we're going to show it. Yeah, Poker Monkey mentions the mini main event, which is $1,000. That's usually right before the actual main. Yeah, my first ever WSOP cash was in the mini main in 2019. It was not much. It was basically a min cash. I snuck in the money. I busted. Yeah, that was an interesting ride. I remember this tournament. It took me like 4 hours to win its showdown. I just kept treading water by like occasionally bluffing and using the image.
I've been to Vegas during the WSOP. I didn't play any tournaments because, like I said, I'm not really a tournament player. If you look at my Hendon model, I'm like 30K. And those are just from 2 tournaments. But it's the cash games that are a lot of fun.
Yeah, you can get good cash games out there. And the other thing I'll point out about Vegas during the summer is there's like 5 or 6 casinos, if not more, that'll be running big series. So you're not even just confined necessarily to WSOP, as we see Ace King putting in the Colts 4-bet this time for Mr. Cake. Very likely to clear it out here. Everyone quickly gets out of the way.
One's going to skip the bomb
Belly,
And it looks like we got a bomb pot.
We should
Then you
all
never know
board
who you're going to end up at the table with at the series.
Huh?
Like when I played that first mini main, the Jamie Kerstetter was at my table for a while.
Who?
Jamie Kerstetter.
Oh, I know, yeah.
Yeah, she's wonderful. She does a lot of commentary
Yeah, I was about to
for
say, she did
WSOP
commentary.
and elsewhere. She's great. I played with Nick Ranu a couple of years ago. I was even on Nick Ranu's blog for a few seconds. One of those mixed game tournaments.
Is it painful?
I played with Helmuth for about 20 minutes last year, and then they broke our table.
No, I've never even seen him in person.
That's okay.
You see, I mean, I haven't played with hardly any. I mean, I played with like Mike Mattisau, but that was when he came to Texas. And when I go to Vegas, I see, especially in the Bellagio, in the Aria, you'll see all of
The
them. but I
Helmuth
never-
encounter was also a mixed tournament. I should
Yeah, I
mention
know.
that. That was Omaha 8 or better. Yeah, so I think the message here is if you want to run into famous people, play the 1500 mixed events.
6 bet
They
75.
love those things. Let's see who's
All right.
got what now.
Scott's got a flush draw here and a headshot.
Chris with top set on one side and gut shots on both sides.
7 fold, 8 fold, 9 fold.
And JB just folds the aces there. Pretty good discipline.
Mr. Cake with ace queen 7-4 with some scoopability here. He's got Nut diamonds on one side. He's got gut shots on both sides. Open ender on one side,
Up open ender, yeah.
and a gut
That's
shot
a
on the
pretty
other
strong
side.
hand there.
King Jack 7-3 is going to be a straight and a bunch of pairs for
That's
optimize.
the wrong side. Did anybody have 7? No one had 7,
Two
8.
diamonds, nine of spades.
So they didn't really
Two
improve
check,
anybody.
four check,
Yeah, so
Ace 4 is a straight.
Six
Mr.
bet,
Cake has a
200.
straight.
two call, 200.
Chris makes it 200, gets the quick call from Cake.
Heads up.
We go heads up. Nine of diamonds and 7 of hearts on the river.
Two check.
I think Mr. Cake is going to be scooping here, if I'm not mistaken.
Peek.
Yeah, he's got the wheel,
Yeah.
and then he's got the 7s and 4s.
Six check. Alright, I'm going to be seeing set of jacks on top board.
Check, check.
I'm going to be seeing
That part I
wheel,
don't
jack,
understand. Why not just throw your cards up?
Yeah, Chris just has jacks on the bottom, and he's got the set of jacks on the top. Neither going to be good. 7s and 4s, and the wheel.
4-7 for the 2 pair, and then the ace 4 for
Nice
the
little
wheel.
pot there for Mr. Cake. I think last week he was called Fish Cake, if I'm not mistaken.
I didn't get the chance to see last Monday's show. I'll have to believe you on that.
Adding 1,000.
6 is adding 1,000. I know what it feels like.
I'm looking forward to getting back on the stream on Thursday. It's been a while since I played in front
Yeah,
of
I
the
can't.
internet.
I'm by no means a PLO expert, but I am enjoying doing commentary on that. Hopefully, I do it justice. But William, I will be questioning every move you make.
As you should. I'm far from a PLO expert. Yeah, if you can read the board, if you can read the hands, that's a lot of the battle won. Like I screwed it up a few times last month.
5-fold.
Well, I haven't. Well, I was gonna say I've done PLO
6 bet,
streams
35.
before in the past, so
7-fold, 8-fold, 9-fold, 1-fold, 2 call, 35, 3-fold,
all right, Mr. Cake.
4 call,
I feel like
35.
everybody's just calling every ace here at this point.
3 players.
Hey, it's the biggest card in the deck. Why not?
So we have
Check.
top pair here by Optimize.
And a lot of
No,
outs for
Chris with
Chris.
top pair. Yeah, Chris with the better top.
No,
Oh.
Chris does not have top pair. He does have spades and
It keeps flipping around.
does have the cut shot.
3 of spades, 8 of spades, 6 of
It's gonna be
diamonds.
Chris betting
2
$50.
4 call, 50.
Well, he's got the combo draw working for him. So
Heads up.
Turn. Perfect.
4 of clubs, not one of those cards Chris was looking for.
Six bet, 140.
Chris is applying the pressure here, but Optimize does have top pair here, so I don't think he's going
4
anywhere.
calls, 140.
And he correctly makes the call. Chris is
Deuce
gonna
of
definitely have to
hearts.
fire. He's gonna have to
Does
fire.
put
big
4 to the
bucket.
straight. Chris, really with no showdown value here, basically the nut low.
400, yeah.
Going to follow through with the $400 bet. Maximum pressure on top pair weak kicker on a board that is 4 to a straight.
Yeah, but you know, the flush missed.
That's the other side, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I guess he could be. You know, I'm just trying to think what he could have there with the flush draw that actually beats him now. You know, ace 5, spades maybe, something like that.
And Chris is the raiser, could also have overpairs, but an overpair probably just checks back on this run out.
Yeah, it does because it's not a good. Wow.
4-fold.
Those of you deuce to 7 players out there, that is number 6 on the board.
Thank you, thank you.
You guys would hate me. You guys would hate playing with me because that would take forever. It would take forever.
Yeah.
Hey, I enjoy I'm terrible. I enjoy mixed games. Sometimes late at night here or any poker room, we'll get to a mixed game, dealer's choice type thing. Those are a lot of fun.
They sure are. Yeah, Chris definitely had too many outs, but you know, sometimes you can win without the outs actually hitting. Sometimes you bluff and it works.
We're good, alright. 6 fold. 7 fold. 8 fold. 9 fold. One call. 2 fold. 3 fold. 4 raise, 80.
Kind of a big bet here from Optimize, looking to recoup some of those losses.
8x over limp.
1 fold.
A little bit too much to be getting action.
Yeah, around the $55 would have been. Could have gotten a call and still been technically ahead. Although he doesn't have to see a flop, so there's nothing wrong with winning a pot and not even seeing a flop. So. You think power is going to go out anywhere in Austin?
I hope not.
I just saw a warning. Yeah, there might be power outages.
Yeah, always a possibility with these ice storms.
Where is,
Thankfully,
just in the chat here, where is everybody watching from? I like to ask this question every night. And what's the weather like in your area?
yeah, hopefully it's
Hopefully you're okay.
not as icy as it is here in the Austin area.
I did come close to not coming in tonight. I was like, ugh. Because my car it's parked outside, so it was like ice all around it. I was like...
I really hope that you lifted the wipers off your windshields before you came in.
I did not, because I don't know things like that. I'm terrible.
So I take it that you're not from a cold climate.
Well, no, I'm from California.
Yeah, I mean, California doesn't know what snow is. Branson does know what bottom set is, though.
Wow.
Or middle set, rather. There was a deuce there, so middle set.
Branson checked it over, too, with the flush draw out there.
Branson's on the button.
He's got to pounce now, I think. I think a check raise and just take it down, just because of the flush draws out there. You're going to leave yourself in bad position if a club comes.
So Mr. K giving the cutoff continued 45. Branson flatting his button. And JB with 2 overs somehow continuing.
3 players.
Oh, and JB going to turn top pair. And
he thinks he hit gin.
He will soon wish that he had not.
2 bet, 85.
He had not floated there.
At
Mr.
this
Cake,
point,
undeterred by, he got 2 callers. He has now third pair. He gets 2 callers. He's going to fire 85.
What do you think? I think Branson should just call here.
I'm absolutely just flatting here.
Oh, he's going to raise it.
3 raise, 325.
Unfortunate timing. Oh, no. So much for JB getting off the hook. JB shoves!
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
JB shoves, and he's going to be drawing dead when he gets snapped by Branson.
Wow. That's the JB effect right there.
I'm going to be seeing a set of 3s.
That did make a lot of sense from JB's perspective.
I would never have shoved there because you're just never getting called by worse. And nothing better is ever folding.
I don't think I would have even... Yeah, I wouldn't even called Branson's raise there.
Yeah, which is why I was starting to say that he might get off the hook and then he just shoved. Probably because he heard me say it 15 minutes in the future and decided to prove me wrong.
I mean, it is tough, right? I mean, you get top pair, second best kicker. I mean, but you're going multi-way. I think that's the difference. I mean, you have a player, he bets, another player just calls, and then the player comes over the top. So that player that comes over the top knows that the other players have something, And so, but he's still willing to go over the top. And I think he just needs to think that through just a little bit. Like, what would he come over the top with, right? He's not doing it with one pair, ever. Maybe a combo draw, something.
Yeah, it's just hard to find the spot where you're gonna 3-bet check shove there. Hey, finally somebody in the chat is someplace warm.
Oh yeah, let me see. Let's see here. Oh, Jeff rolled a 59.
Like we got people watching from Dallas where it's cold, Houston where it's cold, rainy South Carolina.
I wouldn't
Somebody
say, Jeff, I wouldn't say he's a fish for sure. I would say he loves the juice. He loves the action.
Yeah.
And there are players out there who know poker way better than I do, but just love the action and can't get away from the action.
I wouldn't call him a fish, but I would say that was a raise that he probably didn't need to make, and a raise that was probably not going to have a good result with that hand.
35.
So Thomas says
4 raise, 100.
Charleston, South Carolina has been raining for 4 days, but it's warm.
Hey, at least it's warm.
Yeah, it's 32 degrees here at the moment. I mean, that's not terribly cold. It's cold for us because we're not. We don't see 32 degrees very often. Oh, Detroit. I have family in Detroit. It's cold as a mug. What's a mug? What's
That's
a mug? Am I missing something?
I'm not sure I've heard that phrase, but yeah, Detroit would be pretty cold.
In poker terms, a mug is a meetup game, but
It is. Hard to believe we're already an hour plus into the show. I see over 200 of you watching. Be sure.
that's
hit that
actually a
like
really
button.
good number.
Yeah, this is great. Well, we're not up against football.
9 fold.
That doesn't hurt.
Yeah, I'm gonna miss football.
Yeah, gonna have to wait a bit for football.
But we only have 46 likes. So
Yeah, we can do better. That's where I'm getting. That's what I'm getting at there.
did you hit the like button, Mr. Lottie?
I did
Oh,
that before we even went on the air.
JB
So we
with
have a caller.
aces.
Incoming
This is,
caller here.
7 raise, 2
This is where it pays to be an aggressive opponent. This is where it pays for everyone
He's got
to just be
optimized
check
with
shove.
suited. Oh wow, this might be.
Optimized could be on the hook for a lot of money here.
You could even come in for a 4-bet, but I think you just smooth call in position.
In position, you're more likely to call. The 4-bet would certainly be for all of it with this step.
JB only has 780, so a 1 to 2 SPR here, something like that.
And not even quite 2 to 1. Oh, and Optimize has top pair. I predict JB's going to double here.
I predict an all in, close to it. Oh, he checks
It's going to get tricky here. Optimize is going to check back. 3 on the turn. Now JB going to bet this.
He's down betting this too. That leaves him with just a few hundred behind. 500 behind.
If
It's a little.
Optimize
That's more.
calls, it's going to be like less than half pot behind.
Optimize either has to. I think he just has to go all in here.
You're telegraphing that the rest of this money is going to go in. And Optimize is going to just call. I like this because if JB does happen to be bluffing, you give him the chance to bluff the rest of it off. And Optimize is going to crack the aces!
Oh my gosh!
Poor JB.
Oh. What do you think? Can JB get away from it? The board did. There's hearts now, but
You
there are
really
backdoor
hate the heart
varieties.
coming in. You have a heart, so how many hearts does Optimize have?
I just like
But you hate
what's
that
up.
the top card paired.
I guess with JB's style, Optimize could have a jack in this spot.
Optimize is going to put out a bet. I don't think it's all of it.
It's just
It's only
275.
275, and he gets the shove from JB, and it's going to get snapped. And we're going to see Optimize
Wow, that's JB has been felted twice. And on this hand, though, JB didn't really do anything wrong. He played this one really well, and it's just unlucky.
Yeah, this would be a candidate for Yeti Cooler of the Night. Unfortunate run for JB here.
All right. So
You know what? You say that this is why you don't slow play aces, but on the other hand, Optimize put a bunch of money in drawing the 2 outs. That's the bright side. That's the positive way to look at that.
Yeah, and I'm sure Optimize thought he was ahead anyway.
And let's say that river was a brick. Let's say that river was like a 7 of diamonds. You don't think Optimize is going to call off his stack against an aggressive player?
100%.
He's calling it off.
And those two have played together a lot, so. And it's just a tough hand for JB there.
Uh-oh. You're working on it. Okay. All right. 1 fold, 2 fold, 3 fold, 4 fold.
Really unfortunate there.
Fuck.
So Jeff didn't like the aggressive play by JB, and he's a big fan of Optimize.
7 call.
That's kind of what I got out of it.
8 call. 9 check.
Aces don't always get correct. It just feels that way. We see Preston's 9-6, gonna flop 2 pair,
9 call.
and he's gonna have Mike betting into him with absolute nothing. Absolute nothing has turned bottom pair, which is gonna be no good.
So
Looks like
Chip is
JB's
saying
really
it's
low
almost raining in Virginia, or almost snowing. Wait, raining, but changing to snow.
Well, I'm telling you ahead of
West
time,
Virginia,
because
which I assume is like the state of West Virginia, not Western Virginia. Preston gonna raise now on that turn, gonna end it there and then before.
It's a
any
nice
serious
pot,
effort.
but I didn't really care for Preston's raise there.
Well, and there are some rivers you don't like.
Yeah, I mean, I just.
The other thing is, if you do want to get stacks in, you got to raise at some point.
He's hoping that he had just a 10 there.
Yeah, for sure.
We have
Unfortunately, he
Carlo
had
in the
nothing.
chat.
Any player
Carlo,
checks,
the chat
smash
pro.
JB,
Good to see you.
you eat flat.
I would like to do a
7.
session in the booth with him.
Oh, hopefully you guys make that happen at some point. I got to do a show with Carlo a few weeks ago.
I know, I
And
enjoyed it.
It was a really fun one.
But I feel
That was a really fun one for sure.
when last queen came, I don't have any other option to do this call. I have only $100 behind.
You hear him discussing that hands.
I don't.
All right, we have JB's back.
Yeah, what I will say, like, I think that they were discussing the raise versus call option there. Like, if I'm him when that queen pairs, like, I probably do just call. I probably don't put the rest of my money in. I save myself a couple hundred when I'm not winning.
2 bet 25.
So I
Yeah, I
gotta
mean,
get see the argument there.
What's Optimize going to call with if he doesn't have you beat, right?
Yeah.
6 call.
I mean, I guess he could do that with a jack. I mean, maybe. It's very
yeah,
thin, but
feels unlikely.
They'll say great job, Bert.
he's going to buy in for a 3rd time here. Let's see if he
7,
ends up
raise,
changing his
8.
strategy a little bit. I mean, I think he's still going to play a lot of hands. He does
He's
pick
gonna-
up some broadways here, so
He's gonna squeeze it with king queen. Perfectly good hands.
I really like that play.
Call 80.
Uh,
6 call 80.
And he's got position, so
3 players.
3 ways to a flop.
and I think that's one thing poker players,
2 check.
at least here, tend to forget a little bit. I don't know if it's your experience, but they don't. Actually, I don't want to say they don't understand the power of position, but they tend not to play it that way. If that makes any sense.
2 fold.
I see what you mean. JB gonna continue as the pre-flop raiser on a board that's not great for a pre-flop raiser. Chris with overs on a gut shot, gonna call. We're gonna get forward with straight, but not the kind that Chris was looking for. Check, check. And now Chris gonna river top pair, not the way he was hoping to get there.
And he was winning anyway, but
Border was straight.
7 check.
Oh, I like JB not betting there. I felt like he would have bet normally.
Bluff might have had a chance. Probably not though when the betting goes the way it did on previous streets. Rena lamenting that the dogs aren't doing their job as far as keeping her warm. Well, what kind of dogs have you got? I mean, some dogs are better than others for warm. You'd be surprised. Like, there's people with snow dogs around here.
I have 2 dogs, and they're rescues, so I don't know what they are, but
Yeah, just like mutt type dogs.
yeah, but they're a little smaller, 20 pounds. And I'm very thankful I have them right now.
Yeah. The other day I was driving into TCH. Terriers, there's your problem, not snow dogs. Anyway, I was driving to TCH the other day, and there's a husky with its head out the window. Just like doing husky things.
And then those are beautiful dogs.
I see somebody else walking a husky over in Round Rock.
Terriers.
Yeah.
Terriers, mutts.
Like I saw somebody walking a St. Bernard over by TCH last week.
Oh, we have Ace King. Optimize with Ace King. Starting to pick up some hands here.
We got a couple of takers.
So Optimize should be even now as far as profit. And Mr. Cake is going to outflop him big time. And he's going to slyly check it over.
Oh, yeah, check it to the pre-flop razor.
4-bet 60.
Optimize will go ahead and do that. Rick's got bottom pair. May continue here.
An ace on the turn would be ridiculous.
That would be.
That would be a fun hand. 2 pair versus 2 pair versus top pair, top ticker.
We'll see if we get there. It's over to Mr. Cake now, sitting with top 2.
He may elect to raise this, although I wouldn't, because there's no flush draw out. There's no obvious draws anywhere. So.
I'd probably just flat. There's just no scary turns.
Yeah, I would, reevaluate if you got a jam here on the turn, but it looks like he's going to go ahead and try to get that in there now. But check raise is always.
There's no 2 pairs that make sense on this board.
Maybe 6-4 suited. Could see that.
Like that's about it. And there's only 2
maybe,
combos
and that's
of
a big maybe, right? But when you check raise multi-way, it's never a bluff. You always have it. And I think 2 pair is the lowest in your range.
Yeah.
It's usually a set. So.
I think it was.
I mean, like 7-5 suited, maybe 5-3 suited, maybe. That's about it.
Yeah, there's not much, right? So.
Carlo with the golden retriever. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. That's a bigger tool for sure.
That's my next dog. I'm trying to buy a house now, so that's the dog I want. I want a big dog.
Yeah, my family had a golden retriever at one point. It was a rescue.
Still.
Great dogs.
My favorite big dog. This is a long time ago. I had a wine rhymer once.
Yeah.
I love that dog.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we had a husky mix at one point. A couple of Basset Hounds. Saint Bernards. Yeah, Basset
You had a
Hounds.
Saint Bernard?
Yeah, Saint Bernard. We had 3 Saint Bernards at one point.
Wow, that's huge. Those are huge dogs.
are
I don't
big
think I've
dogs.
actually ever petted a Saint Bernard.
Yeah, they're mammoth dogs. Like we had a big yard, like up in New York.
Like upstate New York?
No, Long Island's, but
Long Island?
plenty of room for them to run around.
Speaking of running around, Optimize is going to run with these 8s here. Sorry, that's the best I could do.
Yeah, you're doing just fine.
And JB, he's not going anywhere with the pair. We have the Optimize versus JB show again. JB's looking for a little revenge. An ace would kill the action. Oh, he's going to raise.
Pretty crafty here with the bottom pair. A flop that's not great for the pre-flop raiser. Optimize, I think, is playing the player here, saying, I mean,
Yeah.
we all saw the King-Jack hand, buddy. The 9's going to pair. Optimize is going to feel even better about this.
4 check. 7 check.
See if, no, JB does not follow through with the
JB
bet.
likes that 9 as well. Oh, they both got boats.
4 check.
I think JB is going to just check this. Yeah, he's just going to check this down.
9's full. Deuces. 9's full.
All right, getting back to the chat here. Let's see here.
Miniature Schnauzer.
Miniature Schnauzer.
Thank you.
One of my neighbors had one of those, like back in New York. Get it right up to the fence and start yapping at whatever dog was outside. Ooh, bloodhound. Never had one of those, but I mean, like a basset but bigger.
Yeah, my wife loves, and I do too. We do love. They're kind of like lap dogs, right? They can sit kind of with you in the chair in the lap. That's kind of dogs that we have.
We're good. 5 full. 6 full. 7 bet.
Yeah, my parents had one of those, like a Maltese Shih Tzu mix.
8. 150. 8. 150. 9 fold.
Someone's talking home games. Do you play a lot of home games, William, or do you play any?
I don't play any home games.
2 fold. 3 fold. 4 fold.
I haven't played a home game in years.
I at least play one home game a week.
3 players.
Did Mike just outflop everybody here?
It appears that way. It appears that 3 2s has flopped the only pair.
1 check.
We do see Rick pick up a gut shot on this 10 of clubs turn.
Yeah, JB's going to need to pair up here to win, but I don't think he's going to get that far.
Rick gonna go ahead and take a shot at this.
Goes half pot here. I think it's good sizing. A lot of times his ace is good anyway. But Mike has really good instincts here. He's like, I've got a pair. You might be on a draw. Well, all the draws got there.
Every draw except the one Rick had.
Yeah, everything. There's a straight draw, flush draw. They all got there. Although it is a backdoor draws or backdoor flush draw anyway. Rick's gonna have to make this kind of big.
One bet's 420, 8 folds.
$420.
Yeah, there wasn't really a lot Mike could beat, obviously. That queen could definitely be in a Rick's range, in his bluffing range, and just hit a pair.
No. At least my reader's still good.
Carlos is saying he doesn't play a lot of home games. I probably get a home game invite to a different home game that I've never been to before, at least twice a week. Somebody will hit me up and say, hey, I got a home game.
So he's saying they like home games with no rake. Yeah, no rake is good, especially when you shouldn't be taking a rake here in Texas.
I have never played a home game with a rake.
Neither have I, nor would I be interested in doing that.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it. I mean, I wouldn't do it.
1 call, 2 fold, 3 fold, 4 call.
Apparently the Schnauzer doesn't shed. Good to know.
Definitely would have pulled
4 players.
Shedding's a pain.
4 check.
What's not a pain is trip eights,
5 check.
which JB has just flopped.
1 check.
All right, JB. Now he improves to a boat. Nobody has in it. He's got to start betting here.
He's got too much of this board.
7 check.
He's going to hope somebody else stabs at this, and I think Rick's going to take the bait with his bottom pair.
One bet, 35. Four fold, five fold. Seven call, 35.
JB just going to call, try and get Rick to bluff again. Rick is drawing dead.
Yeah, Rick is probably just going to check this down, so I think JB needs to bet here.
7 check.
Oh, he's just going to, yeah, Rick's just going to show down value here, so.
1 check.
He's good.
8 full of jacks.
Slow roll.
I did not slow roll.
he
Do you know what the word slow roll means,
he
sir?
said, no, I think JB said kings are good, but they weren't.
Sorry, I didn't mean that.
That's a really small pot there. 112.
He meant no good. He meant no good.
That's what happens when you
Disheartening for
He
JB.
actually said no good. He's got a bit of an accent. It's a little bit difficult to
I said just for fun. I said she's good.
Don't admit to the crime, JB. Don't admit.
deny.
Nice.
JB already stuck 2.5K. Kind of our so far. Only 40 hands in. I think we have another 2.5 hours still. So he's got plenty of time to. He's got plenty of chips as well to change that. We've seen that so many times.
This is a match to stack game as well, so you're always free to top up to whoever has the most.
I know Optimize has 3.5. Optimize
And
might
he
go.
may be about to get some more with his ace king.
Yeah, he's
Small
gonna have
blind,
to raise
certainly
this
a
up.
4-bet.
4 raise, 400.
Yeah, that's really good sizing too. That's
6 fold. 2 fold.
Branson's going to have to call this. He has the button, and he is suited Broadway. Oh, he's going to lay it down.
He gets out of there.
He can pick one,
I
Scott.
would have loved to see the call. Well, just because I wanted to
He'll
see the
pick
flop
one.
in the action.
The king. Branson's going to feel pretty good about the fold seeing that king.
Now you
Yeah,
know
once he saw the
if you
king,
wanna
it's either, since he blocks the king, it's almost 100% ace king, right?
Yeah, like ace king or king. Like, nothing that you're going to beat. Like, what is he cold 4-betting that has a king you're actually beating? Probably nothing.
Showing him the ace would actually made a little bit more sense because he could have done that with ace queen, ace jack. I mean, something, I guess.
I would if you
But-
reached for the other.
Pick one. Wait, not that one. Limited option. Alright, good to go. 8 fold. 9 bet, 40.
Speaking of ace queen, we have it here for Rick. Most likely going to 3-bet this.
1 call 40, 2 fold, 3 fold,
Besides the
4
flat.
call 40.
We've seen that a lot from Rick, just kind of flatting some of the bigger hands, a little pop
This'll-
control. The only
this'll
problem with that is
encourage
he invites other players in, so he's going to go multi-way,
4
which is
players.
never a good thing.
Yeah, and then you end up with the avalanche of calls. And then you flop yourself nothing but a gut shot.
7 check.
And Preston with bottom set here.
Wow, Preston, he's got to think somebody has a king in this spot, so I like
Yeah,
the
somehow
bet.
nobody else has anything. What a bummer for Preston.
He did bet small, which I think is really telling. He's either got a king or better, right?
Yeah, over
He's
and
not
a
betting
gutter
a
for
10
Rick.
here.
1 call.
Rick is like, I'll call 50 for a gut shot.
Optimize with an over and backdoor diamonds. Gonna come along.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Optimize's call there. I guess he made it cheap enough where I could get the backdoor diamonds. He's only continuing with
I
diamonds
think I think if Rick doesn't call, I think Optimize probably goes away as well. And the 8 of spades does not improve anybody, so see if Preston can get any further value here.
though. I'd probably go 125, something like that. He goes a little bigger. Goes
9
200.
bet, 200.
I guess his opponents did show interest in his hand, sort of.
He was messing with you.
Now there's a few more rivers you don't want to see with the second spade on the board.
He almost got you.
Now Rick does have the ace of spades, which is an interesting card.
He gets away, and backdoors did not come in for optimize, so he will fold as well.
Call it, man. You're like,
Thought about making a move there, but something was awry. I smelled something. I smelled some of that Preston power.
200 grand was good.
Should have hit the river. Should have hit the river.
We see Rick.
Full house.
That's what I was thinking.
But still plenty of time to go here on TCH Live. Normally you'd hear me reading some promos around this time for Austin, but we're near the end of January and I don't see any February promos yet, so
They do have,
TexasCardHouse.com.
they do have the, or maybe it's past, I'm not sure. They do have the flash sale, 300
That's
for
today.
450. It is
Yeah,
today.
the flash sale today, TCH Austin.
8 check.
And what that means is if you could spend $300, but you'll get $450 in rewards, which is basically your time here.
Yeah,
7 bet 10.
yeah, you get like 50% extra.
Yeah, and if you're like me, I probably spend $300 in seat fees myself a week.
Yeah, that's like 25 hours right there.
Yeah, I mean, so that's you got to consider that if you're a for-profit player, right? So you could, if you're full time, you can easily spend $12,000 a year on
Yeah.
seat fees, hourly fees.
And anytime you give me the chance to add a few extra hours to my win rate, I'm going to go ahead and take that. But, you know, paying less time, that increases your win rate directly.
1 bet 35. 2 fold, 3 fold, 4 fold,
TexasCardHouse.com for all of our promotions.
5 fold. 6 call 35. 7 fold.
I'm not even going to ask Thomas what that what that is.
I've never even heard of that, and I don't think I want to.
All right, we got fives versus king jack. Seen lots of king jack so far.
And
is that
we've seen
another
lots of
set?
sets as well.
I haven't flopped a set in 2 weeks outside of bomb pots, and
1 bet 40.
I've seen I've seen 3 today already. 7s, 5s, and 3s.
You're set.
Show one, show all, Rick. Show one. Doesn't Mr. Cake look like a poker player? Doesn't Mr. Cake?
He definitely fulfills the stereotype.
If he had some headphones on and a hoodie, I think that would complete the,
Well,
the
like
ensemble.
with that jacket, he's basically there with the hoodie.
He's got to put it on, though.
I think he just needs the giant headphones.
Yeah, he needs the headphones.
All right, I'm going to try gambling again. Wish me luck.
Good luck. Let me see if I have 10 points that I can gamble.
2 call 3
I have
fold,
9.
4
Well, I
fold.
gained a point.
Oh my God, I won again. Well, you know what? 10 minutes. Check 10 minutes from now. Check your points again. You're going to get another point for chatting.
And then I can gamble, and
And
I'll be
then
down
you
to
can gamble.
0.
That's right.
5 is a bet from 5.
That's
6
right, it's a
fold.
vicious
35.
All right, let's see here. Scott's going to squeeze a little bit here. He's going to bump this up to 35. I like it. JB is going to just
7
call.
call, 8 fold, 9 fold.
I can see JB raise that a little bit.
1 call.
Yeah, that brings in everybody. That brings in everybody. A jack would be really great for a jack 7. Would be really great for JB here. I'm kind of rooting for JB.
4 players.
I see a 7. All right,
I
well, this
see a
could
couple
be action
clubs.
here. We have clubs versus second
Versus
pair
a pair.
versus, I guess, a gut shot for Mr. Cake. If
Yeah.
I'm seeing that correctly.
It's funny 'cause,
And
like,
JB does have 2 overs. He may continue with this only bet small here.
5 bet, 125.
I wouldn't consider that a small bet relative to pot, so yeah, he just gets
If I were a
good
dealer,
fold, good
ask me
fold.
to say that, I think I would.
Means a lot to you.
Middle pair, not a lot of runouts where he's going to want to keep putting money in.
Yeah,
those.
I mean, that board is
Get off the crazy
connected.
tree now.
It could just get worse on the turn, so.
Punch players in the face, or basically say barrel.
You know, like a 7 or an ace are the only turns slash rivers that you want to see. And so,
Well,
not going
probably
to
more like
take it down with his too many outs.
Nice bet. He bets the draw, the nut draw there.
Nut clubs plus the hind ends of the gut shot.
Yeah, he does have a
things.
does have that straight as well, straight draw.
Like, I
All
wonder-
right, here we go. So Rick is our leader so far with Branson. And Branson basically was just that one hand with a set of 3s.
I know what you really think. You don't even have to.
One
Branson
hand
was
is all it
much more
takes
active
sometimes.
last week.
What were the other suggestions?
Like as far as like what's it called?
Well, not just like other feedback.
We have in the bunker with Mike.
5, please.
Huh?
I wonder
What kind
if
of a
that's.
bunker are we talking about here?
Well, not that way.
It sounds like the other stream.
I know. I'm.
Oh, you were being
That's
coy.
why I'm consciously trying to clarify what kind of bunker we're talking about. Hopefully, it's not that one.
Ankle sprain. Alright. 3 bet.
Branson, I
35,
feel like he's
4
getting king queen a lot.
fold.
He's gonna
5,
raise
6
this up
fold,
again.
7 fold.
Never deterred. I think last king queen he got re-raised with the ace king. We got Preston with 9s. Just gonna call this. Yeah,
Rick
I'd
with
much
the-
prefer a raise because again we're seeing multi-way. And people are
Rick
getting
came along with
priced
the
in.
chalk to a nuts.
Alright, we do have 4 players.
Mr. Cake coming along with 2 cards that are suited.
9 check.
Well,
1 check. 2 check.
Nobody
Preston's
has
got to
anything
feel pretty good
somehow.
about this hand.
3 bet. 40.
Branson's nut no pair is going to continue for 40. Preston
9 fold.
kind of just folds here. In a 4-way pot, you feel like somebody usually has an ace.
Yeah, but for $40, I think you call one more street.
No set, no bet. As some like to say.
Let me, normally at this time I'd be checking in on the Monday Night Football, but that's
What do we do? There's no football. What do we do?
I know. I guess. I mean, I just kind of like go into hibernation until September. Although I'm a fan of watching and planning on the draft. I love watching all those mock drafts. And
Yeah.
32 degrees.
5
We're
fold.
only 2 weeks away from pitchers and catchers.
Now I'm not a baseball fan, so
55. 8 fold. 9 fold.
Yeah, it's a regional thing for sure. Mr. Cake with the ace 10, gonna go for that 3 bet. Looks like it's a small one.
40. 3 fold. 4 fold.
looks like it's gonna rain for the next 3 days. Wow.
Yeah, and it'll be freezing rain, which is the worst kind.
Heads up.
Definitely staying in the house. King
All
and
right.
Lorenzo, baby. Our 3-better Mr. Cake going to continue for
7 call.
a quarter pot. It's snap called.
Heads up.
Could have snap called with spades.
2 check.
I like to see JB bet here.
7 check.
And then check it over.
So we've seen him play really coy the last couple of hands.
Check, check. Mr. Cake gonna get a pair now.
7 showdown. Checks. King, 7, king.
Check, check.
That was unusual.
Surprised we didn't see JB go for a little bit more there.
Yeah, maybe somewhere around 175, 200. He would have got paid.
I go Juon. I don't know if I'm saying that right. I'm probably not saying that right. I would say Major League Baseball is like bigger in some parts of the country than others. Like, you're in, say, New York, Boston, Philly, Chicago, yeah, it's really big. If you're in, say, Florida, as much as baseball has tried putting 2 teams down there, I don't think anyone cares down there. And no offense to California, but they only care if their team's good.
5 fold, 6 fold.
And
It's
that's
so
the
funny
reason
because
that California is switching off.
7
I'm
call,
a
8 fold.
huge, it's my favorite sport is football. Huge football fan, but I've been to more baseball games than football games.
50. 2 bet 50.
Yeah.
3 fold. 4 call.
Going to a baseball game is a lot of fun. I've been to a few Giants games. That was a lot of fun. Just the whole atmosphere. And
There are certainly a lot more baseball games than there are football games.
It's in there somewhere. 2 check.
I guess it'd be different if the both had like a 3 poker, then I could do it.
4 bet 80.
It was like free money poker. It was a fucking 15 max rate. I still felt that it was
7 fold.
hammered. The honeymoon.
okay, let's see. We got Optimize has out flopped Mr. K.
And that's why he's going to win. Yes, Jeff, I am needling other market sports fans. I am the stereotypical obnoxious New Yorker. At least when it comes to sports.
I am going to, well, sometime in February, I'm going to New York for a little vacation. Manhattan specifically. I think we talked about this before. I think it has the best food in the world. I used to think it was Vegas, and Vegas still is, but nothing beats Manhattan for me.
Yeah, certainly anything that,
35.
any kind of food you could want, you could find in New York City. Yes, Jeff, I am a Met fan. That's right, I am a Met fan.
So you're a Met fan, not a Yankee fan, huh?
Yeah, Mets.
3 bet.
They still have a team?
They still have a team. In fact, now we have an owner who's actually going to try and win.
Branson with ace queen. Take that
Rebecca
down
got the
pretty
shots on there.
He's wearing a New Orleans Saints jersey. 41, that's a Camaro, if I'm not mistaken. I wonder how his, I haven't heard about anything about his legal troubles.
Yeah, I don't know what the status is, but, you know, I guess he's famous enough that they were able to drag out those proceedings until after football.
Yeah, he played every game, so.
Yeah, because, I mean, God forbid somebody couldn't play football because they committed a crime, maybe, and they have to deal with the consequences.
Did you see that video?
7 call.
Or
I
those
had seen
pictures?
that. And it's shameful that they didn't just arrest him at the Pro
5
Bowl
fold, 1 fold, 2 fold, 3
last
fold,
year.
4 fold.
They let him play first.
Yeah, they arrested him after the game. I mean, it was.
Yeah, like if it's you or me doing that, they're just arresting us wherever we happen to be.
Oh, they'll never find us. They're burying us.
Got 3 players.
Did I just see a
Mike has
flop?
a wheel.
Flop
6 check,
wheel?
7 check.
Wow!
And
And then
JB
of course
goes and enters.
JB has the nut draw here with the better straight if a 7 comes.
I'm gonna whisper it in the mic so no one hears.
And Chris also if a 7. No, if it's he needs 6-7. Sorry.
7 call 60. Heads up.
Oh!
There's 7.
7 check.
Oh!
JB has turned the 6 card straight.
Well, too bad it's a flush out there, but you can't be scared of that on the board pairs. This might go check check. No, he bets.
7 bet 100.
Mike Bell can never fold here, right?
I don't think you can.
Hard to make a pair. Really hard to flop a straight. Really hard.
6-8.
JB's gonna win this. I'm sorry. I'm secretly rooting for JB. I apologize.
You're cheering for the comeback.
I really am. I don't like to see. I mean, I don't mind someone getting felted, but he's getting felted several times, and
Yeah.
kind of. He got felted with aces once.
Glad you
So
lost at least one hand tonight, Mike.
Alan looking for some run good as he's trying to ship the tournament. Good luck, Alan.
Been all green, all night.
Don't bubble like I did.
well,
That's my
William, I'm gonna step out just for a second if you don't mind,
All right, I'll keep the show
and
going.
I'll be right back.
I'm definitely hearing a lot of opinions about New York sports fans and New Yorkers, and you know what? Hey, that's engagement. So I've accomplished something around here. I'll tell you what, Thomas, there's actually already a moat around where I'm from. It's called the Long Island Sound and the Hudson River and the Atlantic Ocean. Good thing we got planes that can just hop right over those.
Five bet 150. 6 fold, 7 fold.
Scott going for the 3-bet with the Jack-8 suited and the small blind. Mr. Cake in the mood to go duck hunting. Optimized with the exact same hand as Scott. Gonna come along, perhaps priced in. 3 ways to a flop we go. And it's a flush for Optimized with a redraw. Optimized with the Jack High Spades and the double gut shot to the straight flush. Unfortunately for him, nobody else
2 check.
with anything. Over to Optimize. Does he consider just checking back here? Perhaps he considered it, but he's not going to do that. He's going to,
4 bet 350.
at 350, going to go pretty big here. Probably has a bit too much of this board, though. Scott has a double gut shot. So he certainly could consider continuing here. Probably only considering 6 of those outs being good, not wanting to see a 4th spade. Scott taking his time. He is going to release.
5
And
fold,
Mr. Cake going to snap fold.
2 fold.
Good discipline, guys. Good discipline. Tight is right.
Tight is right. Hashtag New York Net. Next hand, yeah, we're gonna get out to the next hand as you're hoping, Jeff. Thank you all for watching. I'm William Malati, aka the New York Net. I've got Dante with me this evening. He'll be back in just a moment. So we continue with our 2-5 No Limit Texas Hold'em TCH Austin. Be sure to hit like if you haven't done so already. We got the 10 on once again. We got the 10 on the whole night, it looks like. We got Rick with some queens.
1 bet 45. 2 bet 3 folds. 4 folds. 5 fold, 6
Get
fold.
these graphics right.
7 call.
It's a $45 raise, and JB and Mike calling. So all of the queens accounted for. We're not going to see a set here.
Ace 9, super drive board right there. You couldn't beat ace 9, could you?
7 check. 8 check.
That'd give us
854 Rainbow.
hand is that.
No help to anyone here.
I mean, you wouldn't have folded.
I'll just say if he wasn't
One bet,
behind you
110.
with, like, 8 plus, probably fold.
7 fold, 8 fold.
We're gonna take it down. Sounds like Alan's chipping up. That's what we want to hear.
I was fine with it. I'm good with the turnout.
One call, 2 fold, 3.
King Jack of Diamonds. We know somebody loves that hand. Rick choosing to limp with it.
40 is
Scott's
the bet.
got him
5,
pips
40.
with the Ace Jack.
6
Gonna
call,
make it
40.
40.
All right, I am back, and the room is popping out there. We have 6 cash game tables now. And,
Welcome
we
back.
also have
You
that
just-
tournament just started, too, or they're on the tournament.
You've just walked into JB putting in a squeeze with the Ace Queen of clubs.
Oh, everybody's got some
Rick
good
limped
holdings.
here. Rick open went the King Jack, and he's gonna just let it go.
It's not a huge raise here. I think Scott's got to call this, but I don't know. It's a,
Bluff suit, not so great. Chris with a hand that arguably could have just folded without putting a dollar in is now gonna call this rebet.
yeah, I mean, the good thing is he is on the button. I mean,
That is the one good thing he's got going here.
he's going to outflop him
Now he
here.
also has top pair. That's also a good thing.
7, check. 6, check.
Check, check.
9, check.
We get a 9 on the turn. That graphic is wrong. JB gonna fire 105 into this pot. Chris gonna flat with top pair.
I really like that play.
Yeah, definitely just call, especially not having a great kicker.
6 calls, 105.
Why don't keep bluffing?
You will see some players kind of panic when they have top pair and just try to raise their opponent out because they don't want to see any more cards. But
JB with a queen. Backdoor spades have arrived.
25?
that's a string bet.
325, sorry.
That was more or less one motion.
Sorry, misheard.
He makes it 325. That's a big bet there. The board is connected all over the place. Straights are there now. Obviously, the backdoor flush got there. The only thing is the front door flush didn't get there, so.
There's the call.
You see, king, 10.
That's not an easy call. So give it up for Chris on that one.
Yeah, good call. Yeah, Thomas, initially the turn had been misread, but they fixed it. Our producers are on top of these things. But what happens is sometimes the dealer will put the burn card close enough to the scanner to where the scanner picks up the burn card, and that'll show up on the graphic instead of the actual card. I just hear the words bomb pot.
I think that's from the other table.
Darn, I wanted to see a bomb pot. Sure, we'll get one eventually.
Yeah, we're due for a bomb pot in the next few minutes. I think we'll have a dealer change here.
Yeah, we're probably holding up on the
2 fold.
dealer change.
3 bet, 35, 4 fold. 5 fold, 6 fold.
Sixes raise it up.
Yeah, JB's, like I said, JB's going to want to see every flop. His VPIP will be around 70% usually, so.
Do a bomb pot this next hand, or does that work for deal change? Should be coming in momentarily.
And Rick, going to speculate here as
One call,
well
35.
with his suited queen. First to act, though, kind of ill-advised for me, but
Well, he was the straddle.
So we'll do a bomb pot next
that's
hand.
true. You're right. And
As
now
he
he
is-
has the best hand.
Yeah, he's gonna just flop top pair.
One check.
That works.
3 bet 30.
We got a down bet here, a C bet from
7
Branson.
call.
And
Maybe with a pretty spicy call there.
yeah, he's just looking for that backdoor straight, I guess.
All of the
Well,
sixes are sitting in the muck as far as I know. Relays to the turn. JB
just
gonna turn
happened.
himself a pair. Gonna get himself in trouble maybe.
Free check.
Yeah, and
7
I
check.
like Rick's play here. First to act, let the others make the betting. He's got top pair. Now he knows he's ahead, right? Because no one bet that turn. And so he's going to comfortably put in a wager here.
110.
Probably small. Let's see what. Oh, he goes for, was it 110?
Free
About
call.
half pot.
JB probably gets rid of, yeah. It's just such a big, the dynamics of the table is just so different when it's multi-way. But
Absolutely.
it just changes everything.
We are going to do a bomb pot. All right, buddy.
Someone has it when it's multi-way.
Yeah, you don't
Usually
really see a lot of hero calls.
Here's the bomb pot.
So just coming in. He's walking around with this thing, so 8 o'clock. Fair enough. Oh, I mean, it doesn't bother me at all. Just I see him walking around with the box.
So everyone puts $10 into the pot. We get 4 cards, then we get 2 flops, and we go from there.
Would you say the bomb pots on the stream are less, or more, I guess, more tame than they are off the stream?
I think it's lineup dependent. I think the stream just doesn't have enough bomb pots to see the crazy ones. Like they just stick out more out on the main floor because you get more of them. Like maybe it's a little bit tamer here just because you're more likely to have players who know how to play the bomb pots.
All right, so we're
We
looking for
see
7,
Preston
8.
with the straight.
7, 8, and a redraw to a better straight. And he's got
And we still have
got
some
a gut shot to
straighty,
the other.
rappy stuff for Rick, who makes it 80. Mr. Cake with bottom
Or set.
set, and that's it, just bottom set.
Yeah, I would just fold
Optimize
that.
with a set and some straight
5
possibilities.
fold, 6 fold.
He's gonna call. Scott just
Everybody's
mucking
got
his aces
something,
as
right?
he should. 10, 8, 7, 6
That's a call.
has decided to pot it. He's got a straight and he's got too many outs, and that's plenty to just step on the gas here.
He's got 2 pair also, so JB's got a nice. He's got a nice hand on both. But a
Over to
very,
Preston,
they
who
can be.
just he has a straight with very little backup here. Like his only backup is to a bigger straight. This is a pretty one-way hand. You're going to be potentially putting your entire stack in trying to win half the pot. And he does just get out of the way.
490
That's the skill with these bomb pots, knowing
is the bet. 490.
when to step out of the way. We have Rick with some mediocre clubs and some straight draws of his own.
Yeah, he's got a lot of that. It seems like everybody has the same hand almost.
And he's got like the non-nut straight too. This is
This is a fold.
another hand that should probably just find the muck.
Yeah,
You
this
have
is
a lot
a
of
fold
non-nut
here.
draws in a multi-way pot. What was that you were saying about a tame bomb pot, Dante?
Well, I take it back. I have been rewarded with my patience.
You've spoken it into existence.
We
And
rarely
now
see.
Mr. Pig, he just has bottom set. This is a hand that's gotta fold.
Oh, this is 100% fold, yeah.
And
Because the
he's
straight's
fold.
already there. That's the problem, right?
And optimize with just the set is also gonna fold. Yeah, the straights are there. There's really no runouts that you're gonna like. Short of making quads. Like if you pair up, you're gonna have bottom both. You like bottom boat? I don't like bottom boat.
No, I don't because some weird 10-6 beat you. Some weird.
JP free rolling Rick now.
All right, so we have nothing has changed.
JP is now going to be scooping.
Yeah, JB is scooping. Rick's gonna need a 9 or a 6 on the top. It looks like.
One check, 7 all in.
I assume at the roll con if it's showing him with 0%. Rick with the 2 pair.
He's got 2 pair on
and
both,
with
right?
the
And
non-
that's got a
yeah, the
straight.
2 pair and the non-nut straight draws. JP's already there, and he has the better clubs.
Only problem is Rick already put in $500 in here, so I mean, if he,
The
it
question
should
is,
always
do
be
you
a full. It should always be a fold, but I don't mind a call because of how much money's in the pot and against the player, right?
like how much do we think we're scooping here? Probably not that much.
He's looking to get his 500.
Not that often, and you're blocking
All right,
some of
so
your.
let's see a paired board.
I got a lot of shit going on. I don't have.
There's no more 6s. JB got a scoop.
All right, top board. I'm gonna be seeing looking like 7-8 straight to the.
You're
10.
right. He's got the
7-8 straight to the 10. Bottom board. I'm gonna be seeing. Is there straight somewhere here?
Straight and a straight.
Yeah, 8, 7, 8.
8-7 and 8-7 actually.
No 5, no 10. So I'm gonna choose straight.
8-7 and 8-7 are gonna scoop.
So we'll be looking at. It's gonna be a scoop. It's gonna be the straight with the 7-8 on the top board. Bottom board is gonna be 2 pairs 7s and 8s.
It's surprising that there isn't a straight on the bottom.
Yeah, how does nobody have a 5, right?
Yeah, a 5 with any card almost gives you a straight. Well, we did see optimized fold pocket 5.
Yeah, that's the thing. Optimize had them all. He had a set of 5s. That's right.
Bitch for going and looking at that.
All right, JB with a little comeback here.
Yeah,
mean, he's
he's
still
gotten
stuck.
himself about halfway out of the hole.
That's the good thing about bomb pots. If you're stuck, you can get it all back with some other deck.
Yeah. See, Ragnar already dropping by the chat. Good to see you.
2, 5, 10, please.
That was a false accusation.
You're 5.
Ace of spades? Louis? No? Not even that?
Not even that. It's pure bluff. Like 4-3. Must have been on this one.
Back to Hold'em. A little 2, 5, 10 action here this evening.
I feel like Mike Bell's been really quiet as well tonight. He's
Sometimes
normally
you just get cards.
3 bet. 35.
he's normally our higher VPIP players. We have Scott with a pretty suited ace. Connects a little bit here. He's going to probably raise it up, I'm assuming.
5, raise, 90, 6.
Those are the relatively small sizing. So if one person calls, you're going to go 4 or 5 to the flop.
These players did not come all the way here to fold.
1 fold. 2
Rick, not a believer in the 9 triz.
All right, well, we're 3-way to a flop. I guess that's better than 4.
3 players.
Maybe Jack King of clubs. Oh, Jack King of hearts would have been great. Instead, we have 2 players hitting their top pair. Branson's behind the second pair on the flop.
Five bet, 125.
Goes with a smaller sizing here. I think Branson's going to call. It looks like a C bet there with any hand.
Gotta call the pair.
That's actually not a good card for Scott, as now almost every ace, well, every ace does chop. It's just,
Yeah, kicker not playing, and then also Branson's going to have more sixes than Scott is. That said, Branson won't have that many sixes as pre-flop raiser, but
yeah, he was a but he could have something like 6-7, some suited connectors that way. Scott is undeterred. He's going to go for it here. Not go for it. It is kind of a small bet relative to the pot. Half pot size bet there.
And he could get value out of a spade draw.
Yeah, that's what he's probably thinking. Like I'm going to charge those flush draws there. And take that.
All right. Well, Allen snuck into the money, and then he lost the flip. Sounds about right.
Branson is our winner so far with $700. Lots of time left. We're just under 2 hours here. We did start on time, which I'm very thankful for.
Always nice when we get the game going at the scheduled time for sure.
I'm actually not going to play poker after this. I have to go grocery shopping just to make sure I have food for the next couple of days.
Just counted.
Yeah.
Made it all back. I'm up like
Ooh,
$10.
spicy, optimized.
Oh, very spicy.
Oh yeah, Chris is going to re-raise this.
8 fold, 9 fold, 1 fold, 2 fold.
Let's see, anybody else calls? Nope. Yeah, optimized is going to have to come in for the floor, don't you think?
I would think so, especially playing this deep.
And he is out of position too, so and I like to make it big too. I was like 450, something 500. Let's see what he decides to do.
4 raise,
I can't tell.
475.
475. Good bet. Good sizing. The only thing I would say about that though, his bet pacing was really fast. It felt really fast. That could be a tell there for Chris. Although Chris has got like a top 3% hand. There's no way he's going anywhere. He could 5-bet here, but I think I like just a call. You don't even have a pair. I know a lot of people jam with ace-king, but against a 4-bet, I think a call would be.
It depends on how wide you think Optimize could be 4-betting.
I don't think he's wide. He's not. And these guys have played before, lots of streams now.
Here's the question: oh wow, he folds.
Yeah, I didn't mind that fold. You know, I think, like we were saying earlier, I think ace-king, I think players play that really fast and strong, and they should a lot of times, right? But facing a 4-bet.
Come on, that's fucking $3,000 behind him. He's trying to win.
Now,
Coleman.
here's what I was going to say before Chris so rudely interrupted me by folding. Do you think Optimize ever has jacks there when he 4-bets?
Never. No, I think
You don't
jacks
think he
is
ever
just
4-bets jacks?
maybe queens. I think queens is definitely a possibility. And I've played a lot of poker with Blake.
Okay, so we think his range is what, queens plus into ace-king?
Queens, kings, ace-king, and aces. That's it. That's only hands I think he's 4-betting.
Well, against that range, ace-king sucks and should be folded.
Yeah, I mean, I think Chris put that together, right?
Yeah.
6 bet, 35.
And not to mention, again, for me, bet pacing, how fast you make a decision,
7 call.
and
8 fold.
it was pretty quick there, as he was doing some inventory and counting his raise out. So I just thought it looked so strong.
2 call.
But I guess he could have 5-6 offsuit there.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, like, let's say he has like jacks or 10s. Does he fold those to a 5-bet?
3 raises.
Because you would really love if you can get him to fold a pair.
4 fold. 6 fold.
I
Jacks
think
is gonna make it 250.
I think
Go ahead.
10s and under fold, right? That's a no-brainer. Jacks is like a 50-50 in my opinion.
Yeah. But if we say that his 4-betting range is only the nuts, then you don't like ace-king offsuit anymore.
No.
Rick is doing an awful lot of thinking for 6-3 offsuit.
We saw our friend Tillman last week win with 6-3 against ace-8 and ace-king. And one of those was JB. He won a $2,500 pot.
Nice. We see Branson take it down right then and there with that aggression.
So we have been lucky. We have seen a lot of big pairs tonight. They haven't really gone, it resulted in big pots. They haven't really gone to the river or even sometimes a flop, but we have seen big pairs. And I think for the most part, everybody's played them really well.
Yeah, no blood yet.
I think everybody's a good player at this table, but I've been really impressed with Chris and Mr. Cake. I know Mr. Cake hasn't been in a lot of hands, but I think those two players have played really, really well, and they played really well on past streams.
That would be terrible. You did not. I'm going to mock you for the rest of eternity.
6 fold.
And I think Optimize is the worst player ever.
7 fold. Just coming in next hand.
Oh,
I hope he
absolutely.
rewatches
9
this.
fold. 1 fold.
That'll definitely never get taken out of context.
3 bet 40. 4 call 40.
It's interesting. Branson's going to open up with a raise with the 10-5 suited.
5 call 40.
I'm trying to figure out what the plan is. He's actually he's in the worst position too. It looks like.
3 bet 35.
I mean, Branson shouldn't be the one with that range advantage here with this flop. He should be able to.
4 call.
But Optimize is looking for that gut shot, that miracle 10, which Branson owns. Jedi Master Ted, how are you? Thanks for joining us.
Anytime y'all would like my mug on this camera again, you can just let me know.
Okay, great to see you there. As we see Scott considering what to do with his top pair, somewhat weak kicker.
This is a tough spot for Scott, right? He has a bad kicker here, and he's going multi-way. So I would like him just to raise this up to see where he stands. He did raise, so he raised it to 170. I really like that play. He's going to find out right now if his ace is good versus just guessing on every street.
And the answer is yes, it's good.
All right,
Good
everybody,
play
that's my
by
time. Thank
Scott.
you all very much, everybody. Much appreciate every single one of y'all. Y'all got
Right,
Jesse
sounds
coming
like
in.
Russ is going to step out of the box here.
Yes.
That's what's great about TCH. They have such good dealers here, as you know, William.
Yes, yeah, great
Just so
dealers
good
here.
dealers. Very friendly, professional. I mean, I think for me, yes, poker is about profit, about winning, all that stuff. But it's also a very social game,
Yeah, definitely.
and that's what makes those long sessions fun. And the dealers are a big part of that as well.
For sure. Looks like we've got Jesse coming in here. Looks like we're going to have another bomb pot.
All right, dealer change, bomb pod, Jesse, another great dealer. I remember when Jesse wasn't a dealer, he was just a player. I'm sure you remember too.
I've played so much mixed with Jesse over the years.
I played, I played that. Like I said, I don't play a lot of tournaments, but I played that kind of big tournament at another club. It's a 400K guarantee, and
Yeah.
it's the one I came in 6th, and I knocked Jesse out.
Oh,
Right on the bubble, I think, or right around there, and his chips, propelled me to the final table.
oh, you put him to good use.
I sucked out on him bad.
Hey, it happens. I played big pots against a lot of the staff here at TCH.
Find out what he folded too. See if he made a big fold or.
I find dealers to be more aggressive than average poker players.
Yeah, I could see that for sure.
Although I don't think Jesse is a maniac at all.
Yeah, you get some dealers who are really splashy. You get some 4s who are really splashy too. Let's not leave them out.
That's true.
In position and everything. Delicious. All you had to do is put it in.
Looks like we have Rick's going to sit this one out. He's not at his seat. Nothing upsets a Texas poker player more than missing a bomb pot. I can tell you that. And no cards yet. We're still getting them scanned in. Hi, Bionic. How are you? Frank, what's up? All right, we'll see who's got the spades here, and we'll see who's got the hearts. Well, Optimize's got the nut heart draw, so he's not going anywhere. And Scott's got the second nut draw, heart draw. This could get interesting.
And also, Scott's got a pair on both sides and some back doors. Preston with a set of jacks.
Ooh, that's a
Thinks
strong.
at 50.
He's got the nuts so far on one board. Do you see anybody with spades?
I see Kate with a pair and some straight outs.
I see Preston with a queen.
I see Mike with 9 high spades that I doubt are going to stick around.
No, I wouldn't even stick around with the third nut.
Optimize hangs around. JB gonna hang around with his straight draw.
So we're 5 to the turn.
That's
All right.
a lot of players.
We're building this pot. Who's got the 8? I don't see any.
Nobody has the 8 somehow. But Preston
Jack's
does have top vote.
I was just about to say, yeah, Jack's just kind of filled up
And
there.
Mr. Cake has just gotten there with his straight on the bottom. 6-5 currently, the nuts there.
Oh, I like Preston's sizing. He knows that he's only going to chop the pot, so he's trying to get as many people in there, so he bets only 125.
Yeah, gonna keep it multi-way.
I like that.
Gonna get a taker. Optimize.
He's got to call for that price. Draw into the nuts to chop it all?
And that heart's gonna just fold.
That's interesting. Interesting, meaning that's not what I've done.
Yeah, multi-way I'm gonna hang around there.
Yeah, because there's no hearts on the other board, so...
Yeah, I get like you're drawing at half the pot, but it was a small bet and it's multi-way, so we can actually still make some money. So it's gonna get heads up.
Oh, okay. Well.
So this is gonna chop. I don't see either player going away here. I expect this to chop.
Yeah, I mean, I think Preston's going to go full pot here. He's got the relative nuts on one board. He's trying to scoop it all, but he goes small. He goes 400. I mean, I would have gone full pot there. Mr. Cake, a lot of times is just getting quartered, right?
Yeah. That said, it's hard for. What does Mr. Cake have on the top? Mr. Cake actually has a straight on the top. His Queen 9 straight got there, so he is going to go for the raise, and he's going to get snapped, and they're going to chop.
They're going to chop the $100.
Yeah. So what I was going to say was, with Mr. Cake holding the straight on both sides, it's actually pretty hard for him to be scooped or even quartered. Like
I agree. I actually missed.
Preston would have to have exactly 6-5. And then he'd have to have something on the top that can beat the Queen 9. But yeah, that's kind of thin. Like he'd have to have like 6-5 with 2 spades. Probably is the most likely.
Still working on it.
Probably like 10-50.
And Preston actually did have a flush to go along with his boat on the top board. So
yeah,
like he just had every single hand you could have, basically.
I don't want to fall behind or anything.
he did block his opponent's calling range a little bit.
Like the straight was in 3rd place in a heads-up pot somehow.
I'm looking forward to that one. Must have been a good hand you had. You're not going to get on there.
Back to hold him, and Mike getting himself king suited.
If I 4-bet from the small blind versus you, it's ace king.
Another ace king. This is the suited variety.
What's that?
And we're seeing the sizing the same, right? 10 to 35 from the straddle.
Yeah, gotta stick with your sizing. You can't just say, hey, I have ace king, which is what you'd be doing by betting a lot more. So Optimize and Mr. Cake with some suited stuff, calling, and then Scott A decent suited ace could squeeze, could
I was
call,
thinking, yeah,
gonna
I was
call.
thinking, although he is behind, that ace-10 suited is a squeeze opportunity for sure.
4 ways we go. Everybody with a different suit. And nut club draw for Scott, as well as middle
Plus
pair.
he has second pair. And
Optimize
optimizes
with
the
top
top.
pair. We check through. Bricky for diamonds. Optimize going to bet this now. Goes half pot.
Do you think Scott's contemplating a raise here? Or yeah, I was gonna say just
That
call
would be
that.
very bold in a 4-way pot. And you do have a pair. It's not like
Oh,
you
he
have to
gets
bluff.
there.
But now you have the nuts.
There's no better feeling than hitting your nut flush draw on the river, and a player's betting into you.
Yes. Please bet into me again, Optimize. And he does.
Now we'll see a
Now,
little acting here.
How big's your raise? What's your raise going to be?
I think I make it. I think I'm always in favor of the bigger raising size, like 600, 550.
I maybe go like 420 or thereabouts.
I mean, either sizing, I don't think optimizes calling.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you're gonna have a hard time getting paid by anything. Like, pretend I don't know Optimize's hands. Like, I tend to go maybe a little bit smaller just because I don't think there's much that can pay me. Like, the front door straight missed. And my 10 is actually blocking the 2 pair.
I love Scott's how he's taking his time here.
He slides out a bunch of
Yeah.
chips and gets the snap fold.
He goes 600. He goes really large. 600.
That's probably like 7. 600 is the official number. On to the next hand.
Optimize knew that is 100% never a bluff.
Yeah.
Some players, if they're just holding the ace of clubs, will bluff that like that. Ooh, aces again. Branson getting a big pocket pair. Has bumped this up to, what's he making? 140. I don't see who's going to call. Whoa. I was wrong.
What?
It's
There's
seven.
no
It's
7-2
suited
scheme,
though,
is there?
William.
This
It's
is
suited. And this is
famous
definitely.
last words.
Yeah, this is definitely not what Branson wanted. You really want to go heads up here with aces, but you don't mind it, I guess.
This is one of the safer boards. And the good news is Branson is in position. He gets to bet this. So it's 150.
Oh, no.
What the hell's going on here?
Oh, no. Wow.
He goes 500. Is there a 7-2 scheme going on?
No, not
I
that.
haven't heard any
No
talk
prop
about this.
bets here.
What's going on? Mike's trying to make a play?
He's trying to. We've seen him do this before in past streams. And
We've got about a pot-sized bet left behind. The front door diamonds come in. Branson does have a diamond, so I don't think that's going to scare him off. Mike's
no,
gonna
and
have to throw
now Mike,
all of it.
he does have a pair now. Like he
Yes,
has
got a
has
pair.
outs. A 2
He's
or a
gonna
7, he
check.
wins the pot. Oh no,
Branson
he missed a
nicely
bet
checking
there.
back, giving him a chance to bluff.
He
Queen
missed a
and a
bet
pair.
there. This is going to go check here. Because Mike Bell could have a top pair, right? Now he has trips. That's why when Mike raised, Branson should have re-raised, but it wouldn't have worked. But still.
Yeah. Check. Branson going to take the pot. 7 deuce. Not going
Well, like
to
if
Brookfield here.
if Branson had ace king in that spot and Mike Bell check raised, it would have been a good play. It would have worked.
It would have worked. I'm not sure it would have been a good play, but it would have worked.
No, it would have worked, and that's kind of what probably Mike was thinking. Well, he's got ace king. I can get him off his hand.
He did take a flop 4 ways with 7 deuce.
He was never hoping to hit his hand. He was looking to
He's
play
looking
poker.
to bluff somebody somewhere along the way. I see your gamble prediction came true, Dante.
What?
You put it in the gamble 10 and didn't go well.
I lost again. Yeah, I knew it was gonna lose. This time it was a teaser. It was really close.
Hey, at least you didn't bubble. You came close to it. You soft bubbled it.
So,
Hey, lucky 13.
that's a terrible roll.
Another 4-way flop.
Anybody got queen 9? Very close. He's got king
Somehow
9.
nobody connects with this. Like Rick does have the cut shot. Oh, here's the open ender rather.
Yeah,
Nobody's flopped a pair. King had a pair.
he's gonna go 80 bucks here. Yeah, this is. I think that obviously this will work. Obviously.
And nobody has anything at all, so.
JB's been really quiet. I think he's waiting for his set or his spot here. He did get that recent double up, I believe.
Yeah, not that long ago.
No one's gotten too much damage. No one's really won a lot yet. Branson does not elect to play the jack-8 of diamonds.
He's way out of position now. He's low jack. Optimize getting frisky with the 7-3, but unfortunate timing.
I don't know how many ace-kings we've actually seen tonight, but it feels like every hand.
At least every other hand, and Optimize about to get punished for this loose play. Might have to go back to being a nit.
$220, relatively small raise here. Rick, that's going to invite Rick, I think. I mean, 10-9 suited is pretty strong.
Against a 3-bet and a 4-bet, you're going to.
I would call. I mean, that's just me. I would.
You're not deep enough to. You're not deep enough to try and hit something. That's the problem.
He's showing a 7-3 good here.
Like, hey, like you weren't supposed to raise, buddy. Stick to the script.
I feel good about the fold. I don't think I had.
Yeah, I also feel good about folding the baby suited 2-gapper. That why did I 3-bet this?
He did it strictly for our entertainment.
Your sacrifice is appreciated. Have you ever raised 7-3 for the stream?
No, I raised 7-4 of clubs when I was playing a few hours earlier, and river 2 pair, so against pocket jacks, the overpair.
Lucky.
Yes, well.
And hey, there was one time I 4-bet jammed like 2 grand with 7 deuce. Only have the 7 deuce game on.
Ooh, here we go.
Somewhat infamous hand that we had here. And I got snapped by queens. And then we ran twice and I got quartered.
Well, at least you got some back. You shouldn't have got any.
Yeah.
Wow,
Branson's got a
Branson
lot of
flops
queens.
it.
I had turned the 2 pair on the second board, and then I
Counterfeited?
got flushed for
Oh,
the
flush.
quarter. Rick has nothing.
So this is a sickening feeling, right? You flop trips with top with an ace.
You got
And
too much of it.
yeah, you just have it's one of those things where you probably shouldn't just bet at all.
But you just consider checking back and letting him either bluff or catch something.
15.
Yeah, looking at those earnings, no real damage. No one's really won. Branson's up 1,600, which is not small change. See if we can get some. We just haven't had like big hands. We've had some big hands crashing into each other, but these players are too good. They're just folding them. They're just ace king just folds.
Yeah, that was probably the closest we came to a big cooler in a while.
Here we go. JB with I love these suited Broadway cards. They look so pretty. They rarely hit, but they they look so pretty. Rick with the same hand, although not suited. I have noticed these players have been a little bit more cautious than we're used to seeing on the stream.
Spade draw for JB. Here for Mr. Cake.
JB's going to lead out on this for sure.
Continues for 80 as the pre-flop raiser.
Queen high flush, bottom board of 30C.
Renus on 11. Sorry to see that roll.
So I do see 4 school on the bottom board, 4 school, 7.
Mr. Cake does have a pair though.
We're gonna call with the overs.
I mean, it's not anything I think Mr. Cake could call with multi-way, but I think he is.
I think he's gonna do a bit more than that.
He's going to. He raises it. What is that?
250. JB sitting here with overs and spades.
I could
don't
see him
tilt
jamming
away.
here. Just
I think his jam might be a bit much, but a 3-bet is certainly a possibility.
Oh, that's right.
Or
Yeah, he has
in
more. He has
position,
more money.
there's
So.
a 3-bet.
Yeah, I didn't realize how much he had.
I also wouldn't hate a call in position. Instead, he decides to make it 700. See what Mr. Cake wants to do with middle pair.
Not a huge re-raise, but big enough, right, to let you know that you're no good.
That's a go.
He was actually ahead there, but it was actually.
Yeah. JB did have a great deal of equity, though, so where it was basically a coin flip.
Yeah, backdoor straight. He's got 2 overs and the flush draw. Pretty strong. JB starting to eke his way out of the hole. He's only down 1,100, which is really good considering where he was.
If I'm him, I'm probably more likely to call, though, just because there's not too many better hands I'm going to get to fold. Like, he actually doesn't have that many pairs there. And I'm actually beating a lot of his draws.
Yeah.
Like, if I get him off of the ace-high spades, somehow it's wonderful. But, like, let's say he has worse spades. Or, like, he has an open-ender, and, like, we could both get there.
I was going to say, yeah, what
turn.
if he has like a combo draw with the spades?
It's like, if you flush over flush him, you know, you're going to stack him. Another 3-way affair here.
Oh,
And
JB. The luck is running on JB side now. Feel the run good, JB. Feel it. Does he go like 90 there? Yeah, it goes like 90. Almost a full-size pot.
Clears it out.
He is chipping away at that deficit. I think it's because he put the hoodie up.
Get him.
McNee, I don't know if there's a nacho bar. We don't have a nacho bar at TCH. Who's looking for a nacho bar?
Is you? I don't ask. My dog's in the room.
Pokemon, he thinks that anytime he rolls a 99 or 100, Streamlabs ends up taking it all back. You know what? You got to work out a system. It pays out. You got to back off that bet sizing.
You got to book those wins.
That's how RNG works, right? You got to have a system.
JB is always going to. I haven't seen the VPIPs here, but I feel like JB's played every single hand.
He's played most of them. It's been a bit.
Preston's got a nice hand.
One day his dog beat his son.
Much rather have Preston's hand than JB's. And Optimize is going to set mine.
And he literally asked me, how do you get there?
JB, I think, is in the mood to take a flop. King 6-3.
Fours are still ahead. Preston's got some backdoor equity, and he's got aggression. He's going to c-bet this. I was the pre-flop wrestler. I'm the only one that could have a king type thing.
And he clears it out. And this is a board where it's hard for anyone to have much. The arena, I think I heard dogs barking too, but I couldn't say.
That's
where the
here.
dogs
That's
are.
actually here at TCH. Someone has a dog in there. A big dog.
I assume a service animal of some kind.
I think so, but I saw them in the private room. The dog in the private room. And I think somebody else brought in a dog, so those two dogs got to say hello. All right, Chris, with again, we're seeing a lot of suited Broadway cards here tonight. Oh, Ace King again.
Speaking of
Rick.
suited cards,
Wow, so strong. Rick's going to probably get this like 140, I would imagine. Still got players behind him.
goes a little smaller than that, makes it 90.
Yeah, that is really, really small, right? I mean,
And he's going to get called by a hand that he dominates, which is exactly what you want to see here.
King, King, Jack for the win.
How about
Well,
Ace 5 Deuce to give Rick still the best hands? Backdoor flush draws for both players.
Yeah, Chris has backdoor everything, right? You can get a backdoor straight, backdoor flush, but
Steve, I gotta get called.
oh, wow, thank you. I'll ask you a personal question, William. Have you had COVID yet?
I don't know.
I had it like 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago. So it's my second time.
Okay. Hope you're doing better now.
Yeah, no, I mean, well, I've been vaccinated and boosted, and so it was.
I've had
it
all
was
my shots.
Yeah, it was only like for 2 days. I felt I was in bad shape, but
That's a
other
good
than that,
thing.
yeah.
There's probably hardly a disease I haven't been exposed to playing all these tournaments on the road.
Yeah, and the reason why I ask is because the one lasting effect I have is everything tastes like salt.
Interesting. I have heard that it can mess with taste, but
It did. My taste buds are, nothing tastes good really. But that's it. All right, so we have. We don't have
fives
much
are
here.
good here. We had a lot of checking.
Yeah, it just. I'm not sure how we got to $450 in a pot, but we're here. Branson should just take his showdown, and I guess he's trying to get a 9 off. There's no reason to bet there, especially your last act.
We had all that money in the pot because Chris did put in the re-raise pre-flop with the 5s.
Oh, I mixed it up. I apologize. I thought Branson had the 5s. Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
Re-raised pre, and then there was a c-bet on the flop. And now we see Branson going for the bluff here on the river. And Chris gonna pick it off.
Yeah, because it didn't make sense, right? There was no bet on the turn.
Yeah, none of this made sense.
So.
And Branson, so yeah, Chris check called the flop, and then check, and then he check called river.
Yeah, he only loses to a 9 at that spot. So
this check bet check line is, or let me try that again. This bet check bet line is usually fishy. Like the only time that really makes sense is if the river significantly changes the board in your favor. Otherwise, it's just like, what are you doing this with?
yeah, I agree. That just didn't make sense. It was. Oh, Scott with kings. We've seen kings several times tonight. Optimize had him earlier, and Scott's going to bump this up, obviously, around that $100 mark probably. Just slightly more, 130. JB's, yeah. He found a hand he can't call or raise with.
Scott just going to take it down.
Wow, David, that rolled a 4. That's sorry for that.
That's a bummer. Here's your V pips.
All right.
Bringing JB and Optimize leading the way.
He's only at 41%. I find that hard to believe, but all right. I'm going to have to do my own JB counter every hand.
Mr. Cake gonna get to play one.
He's been quiet. He's going to pull up his hoodie so nobody can get a tell and read his blood pumping in his neck.
Just gets these straddle and small blinds to defend.
I do see a
9 in the window.
No diamonds for anybody.
So Mike with the open enter, Chris with top pair. Mr. Cake with the pre-flop lead. Gonna continue.
Yeah, Chris plays really strong poker. He's a lot of players just kind of donk lead out when they hit top pair like that.
Which is usually a mistake.
Yeah, you're not getting any money out of that. Your ROI is really bad. Plus, you get called with better hands usually.
So Chris went for the check raise, and the open enter just got out of there. Kind of a surprise. Ragnar, how do you feel about Optimize leading the V-pips when he's playing like 40% of hands? Is that okay?
And I remember Optimize being in the
he used to hold the Lottie line.
Yeah, he was all, he's...
And today it's Preston well below the Lottie line, I noticed the last time.
Yeah, he doesn't, he's a little bit more selective.
He hasn't really had cards to work with either.
And he hasn't had cards, yeah. We've seen him on the stream before, so. Oh, Branson with, God, a lot of aces tonight, right? Love it. Branson with the aces raised to 35. He keeps the same sizing, which I love. You'll see a lot of players with aces go to like 65 in that spot.
Branson does have the club on this 2-club flop. Optimize just has overs and cards that are the wrong color. And put in the raise. A raise that is unlikely to work. He's going to bump it up to 200, saying, I have more of this flop than you do.
What's he representing? He's calling pre-flop with, well, the flush gets there, so that's a good card for Optimize's mind. He might think I bet the flush draw and I hit the flush. But Branson does have the ace of clubs, so
Yeah, he has the
whatever
nut-
story he's trying to tell won't work.
Yeah, it's certainly not going away on the turn. He checks it over to Optimize, who's going to continue telling the story to the tune of 250. I think the only option that makes sense here is a call.
Yeah, raise, and if you get called, you're definitely behind. So you want to keep those bluffs in if he is bluffing.
He calls, and then Branson
oh.
does take the nut clubs on the
Oh
end.
man, I think Branson leads out here now. Oh, nice
He's
check.
going to give Optimize one more chance to tell the story. See if Optimize decides to represent the hand that Branson has.
It's kind of good for Branson that Optimize doesn't have a club because he would just check it down. Now Optimize is going to have to make a play at this.
Yeah.
And it's probably going to have to be big. Well, 500, something like that.
Yeah, he's going to say, hey, I got a club, pay me. And then Branson's going to probably just rip it in, given the pot size. There's, against Optimize's exact hand, there's no size that gets called.
Branson, I like he's taking his time here, making it look like he's got a tough decision. But when he raises, obviously he's got the nuts. No one's going to raise this with the queen of clubs.
Maybe he goes for the min click. Like, I think it's either a min click or a shove.
Just make it 1,000.
And Optimize beats him with the fold. He went 1,100 there. Branson's aces improved to the flush and collect a nice sized pot. Branson now up $2,000. Our big winner this evening.
Overwhelming winner.
Not such a great night for JB or Optimize, but we still got another hour plus here to go on TCH Live, and the game does continue if the players want to keep going after the stream's over.
Yeah, and it typically does too. It'll go till early morning. I'm not a huge fan, me personally. It doesn't mean I'm right or wrong, but I'm not a huge fan of like fighting for every pot, if that makes sense.
And there's some times where you want to just give up. Like if you just never give up, the problem is you end up with way too many bluffs on the river. And you get
and it's just
a lot more.
And especially in Texas, right? Bluffs never. There are too many players you can't bluff.
Yeah.
You can't get value. You can be trappy. You just don't play as many hands.
JB, the only player flopping anything here, continues for 65 and gets it through as one would expect.
Are you waiting till the summertime to go to Vegas?
I am very, very likely going to be in Vegas in a few weeks, actually, for WSOP circuit event.
Nice. I'm thinking of going to Vegas sometime in Jan, because I'm going to Hawaii in a couple of months, but I want to go to Vegas right after New York.
Nice.
And try to play a little bit different poker.
I should have things nailed down in the next few days where I'll figure out dates. And yeah, they've got a horse event at that circuit event out there. So
well, let me know. Maybe we can coordinate if you don't mind.
Yeah, I'll let you know my plans. And we see top pair versus diamond draw here. JB choosing to call, try and hunt for the
that was the worst card. That was the worst card.
Mr. Cake gonna fire again with his ace. JB undeterred, not that scared of a boat. Mr. Cake with 3 pair.
So check, showdown.
Check, check.
I win.
Aces and kings and queens versus busted diamonds.
I'm happy JB didn't try to bluff that. He got picked off.
Yeah. Yeah, should be some good events out there between the horse and some various hold'em events.
I'll try to play. I want to play tournaments.
Yeah.
I'm
I think
probably
the
going to
Wynn's
go for
going to
the
have a
cash.
series going on right after that, too.
I do want to improve my Hendon mob. It's pretty embarrassing.
Yeah, it took me a while to get my first recorded cash, and then I've just gotten more and more of them. I'm still seeking my second 5-figure score, believe it or not. I only have one of those. All the caches I have, only one of them's for 5 figures.
It's so funny because I have 2 of those. I have 2 5.
Good for you. Like, I've had a lot of close calls last year. And I've watched friends just win my entire Hendon mob in a weekend.
I have a couple years ago. You know the Venetian, that $400 deep stack they have.
Yeah, they
The
run a
2-day
bunch.
events. Yeah, they have it like every 3 months or whatever. I came in third in one of those. It was my first ever tournament.
That does the job.
And everybody was asking me, what's your, like on the final table, everybody was asking me, what's your Hendon mob? I didn't even know what that was. I was like, I don't know.
Found the fish. That's what they're all saying.
I know. And then
the
everybody
inside.
showed me what their Hendon mob was. It was like 600,000, 700,000.
Losing play.
I came in third. I didn't even understand blockers at the time.
Mike, with the delayed C-bet here with this top pair. We're
JB's going to river him.
I don't know what happened with the graphics there. I thought yeah, there was a bet there. The graphics says check, check. And then JB got there.
I'm surprised JB didn't get some value on that one. Like 125, I think. I think Mike could find a call there.
Yeah, I think so.
See how many likes we've got here.
I'm guessing not as many as we could have.
We have 76, so that's pretty good. We have an hour left to get 24 more likes. And we have 220 people in the chat.
Yeah, we got
So-
more than twice that many people watching as we have likes. Hit that like button. Totally free to do. Tell the algorithm you enjoy this program. Mike 3 bets his 10 cents. Gets the job done with that 3 bet.
Sorry, I had a personal text message from the wife, so I had to, I had to reply to that.
I was completely oblivious to that because I can't see you.
No, I can see you.
Yeah, this is no fair.
I can see you. You need to get some wall art on the back.
Yeah. Jeff, if we could give you overtime, we would, but that's not in our power, sadly. And you know what? On a night like tonight, I imagine some people want to get home ahead of the ice storm.
Yeah, I got to. Yeah, I got to leave here. I gotta go grocery shopping. So I want to make sure I'm got all the supplies I need.
Scott's aggression gonna get it done.
Don't steal my idea.
And be sure to like and subscribe. Find out every time we're on the air. Mondays and Thursdays, right here at TCH Austin. We got a special 1-2-5 PLO game happening on Thursday. I'll be playing in that one. Tuesdays and Wednesdays and Saturdays, we've got games from Dallas. Big cash games Tuesday and Wednesday. Tournament final table on Saturday.
That's a
Schedule
fun
might be
tournament.
subject to change. The next couple of days might be subject to change depending on their weather up there. We'll see if it happens up in Dallas. But
I am looking forward to that stream on Thursday. I will be commentating. It looks like I'll be commentating by myself, so I apologize in advance if I'm terrible at it. But I'm looking forward to watching Mr. Lottie play here.
I hope I can give you a good show. We got Branson with top
I
set.
just saw that, yeah. Any diamonds? Oh, we have a combo draw by Scott.
And bottom boat for Scott on the bottom.
Bottom boat
So
for Scott
Scott
as well.
with some
So
scoop ability. He's
got it locked up. His
diamonds suck. He's got the open ender, but his diamonds aren't that great. He definitely could consider raising here. His boat is very likely best at the moment.
They probably won't hear on the stream.
Yeah, it's hard for somebody to have 7-3 since he blocks it.
Yeah. Yeah, there's one combo of, there's like two combos of 7-3, and there's quad 7s, and that's it. And he does raise, not full pot, he just makes it 200.
Yeah, he's just trying to build a pot here.
Branson, the only taker here. Branson looking for some help here. And Branson getting some help in the form of spades on the bottom, which are not going to be good for him as the boat still beats those spades.
This actually, this turn card really helps Scott here, as no one can have quads, right? Not that that was a big consideration, but
yeah, there's only
no
a
one
third
could
of
have,
the combinations now.
and no one could really. It's hard to have someone to have 7-6 as well, right? Because 3 7s are already out. So he's got to be feeling good about this.
Yeah, he has nothing on the top yet, though. Right now, he just has a pair of 3s on the top.
He has hopes and dreams.
Yeah, he has too many outs.
Yeah, he wants to see an ace, probably a non-diamond ace.
Makes
or
it
6.
450. Over to Branson, who's feeling a lot better with this spade coming in.
Yeah, when you got something on both boards like this, and he's got pretty much the nuts on top. Still,
not that it'll actually win. Oh my! Oh my! Branson's gonna scoop now.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Oh, wow. Oh.
Jacks. As Scott misses on the other side, this is the nightmare scenario for Scott. The case set on the wrong board.
This is, yeah. Oh, my gosh.
This is the lament of the bomb pot. If those rivers just flip the other way around, you know? But they always come the wrong way around. That's the rule. It's on Scott right now.
I don't know why he's betting here.
I'm probably just shutting it down if I'm him. Instead, he's going to put out a $1,000 bet.
Yeah, because he doesn't have quads, right? I mean,
yeah.
I guess he could have kings or aces in this spot.
It's actually just 900, and he gets shoved on. Looks like
yeah, this is the problem, right? This is.
This is actually a lot more than 1,700. This graphic is wrong. Well, it's 849 effective, though. Scott only has 849 behind.
Yeah, I mean, Scott's got to recognize these spots, right? Yeah, he does have a boat.
The K7 has sunk his boat.
Yeah, it's just like everybody has a boat, right?
Yeah, and
just,
all of his draws missed on the other side. He just has a pair of 3s on the top. He has a one-way hand. We do not call to win half the pot, especially when we have virtually none of one now. We don't even have all of one. We have almost none of one. He loses the pocket 4s right now on the bottom.
Yeah, his river bet did not, his lead out did not make a lot of sense.
Yeah, this is that's a river where I just throw up and I give up. And then I cry deeply.
This is our biggest pot, though, I believe.
It sure is.
Of the night.
It is our biggest pot of the night. The only question is, do we add an extra 849 to it or not?
That's the problem, right? Scott, after making that play, now it's just $800 to win 4,000, right? That's
Oh, it's not 800 to win 4,000. It's 800 to win 2,000.
oh, that's
Because
true.
there's no
Yeah.
way in hell you're scooping. There's no way in hell your threes are scooping.
Well, let's just say there's 4K in the pot, so
Yeah. Yeah, you're drawing to half the pot.
yeah, like it's a definite. Yeah, it just doesn't make sense, right? Because if Branson has the bottom, he has the top because he has a pair.
You have a pair of threes on both sides. You have a
I
pair
know.
of threes. You don't have a boat. You have a pair of threes. Fold. I'm screaming this 15 minutes into the past. Fold. I think he's trying to read the board here. Can't make out what he's saying.
Like I have seen some poker players play these bomb pots thinking that the threes were full of 7. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I
well,
said-
he had threes full of sevens.
I know. I
Now
don't
he
know
has
if he's
sevens full
still.
of threes.
A lot of not saying that Scott's one of those, but a lot of players still think that their hand is better because they just don't understand bomb pots.
2 boats are more than 1, right?
I'm trying to justify
Oh,
it.
yes, yeah, and I'm just trying to be sarcastic. He makes the call.
He makes the call.
He pulls off his stack, and he is going to get scooped. Branson playing the jacks on both sides for the scoop.
I'm actually stunned.
I believe that's our steamtoll opponent of the night. You just can't call with threes. I'm sorry, you just can't.
I mean, if you like money,
absolutely nothing.
that was
You beat absolutely nothing. You lose to 4s. You're getting scooped by 4s. I don't understand that.
I mean, he loses. Even if you were to say, there's so much money in the pot. I have so much money in the pot, right?
Like, tell me
but
what
still.
hand do you want him to turn over?
It's
That's the
100%.
problem. What hand do you want to see him turn over? Ace, queen,
Pocket
deuce,
twos? Pocket
Exactly. Like
deuces?
ace, queen, deuce, deuce. You get 4 cards. So
Like, you shouldn't be allowed to add. Everyone else can add.
I
Okay,
guess,
stack.
let me just say
Branson's
this,
up
William.
4K.
I guess maybe he thought Branson was playing the top board with no pair. If he didn't have a pair in his hand, yeah, then he wins. I mean, that's
You
just
win
being
half the
really
pot.
optimistic.
you win half the pot. You don't even win the whole pot. You win half the pot.
I know.
So you
I'm
run
just saying
stock. Yeah.
that
That's the one thing. But I don't think that's justification enough.
it's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah. I see that river. I don't put another dollar in there.
I
And
do
yes,
think-
I'm in it, but
I think maybe Scott misread his hand. I think someone said that in the chat too. I think,
that's the
like I said, I think he thought his threes. He had a set, right? I think he
He did have
thought
a
that much. Because bomb pots are different than hold'em, right? I mean,
Yeah. So in case anyone in the chat doesn't know by now, in Omaha you must play exactly 2 of your cards at Showdown.
yeah, he's gonna take a little break here. It looks like.
Yeah,
I know he's
I would-
rebuying.
I would take
He is a good
look.
player, but good hold'em players do not make good PLO players or bomb pot players. And you know that more than anybody.
Yeah. We see Bert putting additional chips on the table in seat 5. 6s will be good if this gets the Showdown.
Yeah, it shouldn't be good multi-way with 3 overs, but it is.
It's like, how's 4th pair good? Well, I guess it's hard to flop the pair, as they say. We check through. JB's like, ooh, 6s are
All
good.
right, JB's
Yay.
making a comeback.
Yay, 6s are good.
Scott's now down to almost 2K here. He's got, I mean, there's the after game as well, but he's got like 50 plus minutes here on the stream
Yeah.
to get it back.
I guess the bomb pot was the beginning of Power Hour, wasn't it?
Yeah. And my advice, my only advice in bomb pots is don't play them.
I'm not going to be quite that nitty, but
I am
gonna
that.
say
I just, or only play the nuts, or close to the nuts, right?
and understand exactly what you're trying to win, what you can win. If you have a one-way hand, you are not trying to win the entire pot. You're trying to win half the pot.
Yeah.
And Rick is going to try to win the entire pot with Ace King suited.
He just called the 75.
You get a pair. You get a pair. You get a pair.
Oh my gosh. Suited connectors for optimize as well. Ace King should have raised. I don't understand.
Yeah,
Didn't
I
understand that one.
Bet.
75. He
Ace
could have made it
10
like
suited is
225 and gone heads up, but
Ace 10 offsuit rather was just going to.
somehow,
he didn't squeeze,
somehow
he
we
called.
have a $500 pot.
And
Ace King
there's
does want to
7
flop
players.
everybody.
Yeah, so there's a pair of kings and
Optimize
with
with the flush. Yeah, this could get. He's got to bet this. There's too many people in the pot. There's too many people. You got to make it like $300-400. Got to go bigger than that. Ugh. I think you go bigger than that, but
Yeah, 175 is not going to push anyone out. At least anyone who really has anything. Optimize.
Mike Bell does have a
absolute
gut shot
number of
too.
clubs. Mike has
Mike
gut
does.
shots. Has the gut shot. Mike's going to call.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. The bet was too small, right? He could have
Yeah.
just taken it.
And there's a 10, so Mike adding a pair to go along with his gut shot.
It's not the straight he was looking for. He's obviously looking for the jack there.
He does pick up a couple of outs, though.
He did. Right at 10, he wins. He probably thinks an ace he wins, maybe, and a jack. No, probably just a jack and a 10, I would think, are his cards that he's looking
Yeah.
for.
Rick
So he's got
is going
7
bigger
more
now.
outs here.
It was 500 hours. And now the spades clear out.
Well, that was unconventional how to play ace king, but got the job done.
That certainly could have gone sideways.
So Trader Jason's asking, did he not really read the board right? I don't know in that bomb pot if Scott read it right. I would
Yeah.
assume he didn't read it right because he just
All right, gentlemen, I know
called
you're
off
probably total tonight.
another 2K there,
Please
something
remind
like
With a
that.
pair of threes
absolutely no
on both
fake
sides.
building.
Yeah, and yeah, Poker Monkey, yeah, they can't see each other's cards. It's just that Scott's hand really sucked on those rivers, which I think is what's confusing us with the call here, what's confusing all of us. Like, he got the literal worst river on the bottom. Like, his boat was torpedoed, and it sunk to the bottom of the ocean. And then all of his outs missed on the top. He had a combo draw on the top, and he bricked it.
I mean, you are right. We cannot see the cards, but I think we have to ask ourselves: would we
What
call
am I
off with a
beating?
pair of threes?
It's like,
Yeah.
what am I beating here? What 4 cards do I want to see turned over that I can beat? Mike with the gut shot gonna steep at Chris off the better hands.
Steve says we're sitting on 87 likes now. All right, we picked up some
That's
more likes.
yeah.
13
Let's
more
keep going.
likes. I'm going to go on a limb, and I'm going to guarantee that we get 100 likes. We have a little less than an hour, 45 minutes. We got 196 people in the chat. Let's get to 100 likes. Looks like we have a misdeal. I'm not sure what's going on here. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, he's
I see.
okay.
Okay.
We got it. We got it. I think he was getting those cards on the scanner for our benefit. And for everyone else's benefit. That way, if he's not there and he would have had aces, we can all give him crap about it.
Down 30K. Sorry, Rena. I don't even have to. I'm down 10. I bet my 10 and lost.
Mr. Cake raised up, Chris and Preston calling. And Mr. Cake.
All right, good flop for Mr. Cake. He is down, so looking to kind of recoup some of those losses here. Small little
Top
wager.
pair.
Actually, it's not small. Go to the bet size.
Half pot. Not huge, but half pot. And gets it done.
Like I said, Mr. Cake's a really good. Have you played with him before?
Probably.
You played with
Been
everybody.
a bit. Like, I hadn't played a lot of cash around here in the last few months. Between the holidays and getting on the road for some tournaments.
Yeah, I always see your post. I wish I was a tournament player.
Yeah, and if you guys all want to follow me on my tournament hijinks at Lottie William on Twitter and Instagram. And I'm typing it in the chat.
I will do the same as well. I'm at Dante Poker.
And for all three of you on Twitch, I even put it there for you.
Optimize, playing a lot of hands. The last couple of months, he's really played a lot. He's really opened up his pre-flop range. So he's going to open this up with his suited 3-gapper.
Hey, why not? 7-3 suited's the nuts, right?
I actually
Gotta
think
play for
those
balance.
hands are pretty easy to play. So Branson up 4K. That bomb pot was good to him.
Go for it.
Yeah, one cooler and then one very
Mistake.
questionable.
We'll say mistake. We'll stay. Just read it wrong. And what I'll do is I'll go out there after the stream and I'm going to talk to Scott and ask him.
When Chris enters the pot, I get real tight.
Yeah.
It's only when Chris is in it. Anyone else, I'm looser than a goose. Looser than a wizard's sleeve.
Maybe this show needs a sideline reporter.
Well, that's a good idea.
Imagine that, like, somebody gets stacked and immediately we stick a microphone in their face.
I'm sure they'd appreciate that. We could just say, we're gonna go out in the field. We're gonna go to the felt now. Take it away.
Apparently we're up to 93 likes now.
7
Better,
more.
doing better. We're almost there.
Have you hit the like, William?
I hit like before we went on the air.
There you go. As did I.
We even streamed this out to Twitter. I went on there, I hit the like and I hit the retweet button.
I don't really go on Twitter. I have a Twitter. Rick is just going to call. Queen Jack, I think, is pretty strong. Could warrant a raise there, but he's going to flop second pair here, which is good. I think this is a standard play here. When someone flops second pair multi-way, checks around, then they bet on the turn.
Yeah, the turn's not anything that scary, which 7's not that scary. An ace would give me pause there.
Oh, of course, yeah.
If it's a
7
10,
more likes. Let's do
if it's
this.
a 10, I probably check as well, just because I don't want to get blown off the open ender necessarily.
Don't tell him. I don't want to try to get. I don't want to try to get like, I don't know if he has a propensity to be cocky.
That's our friend Doug there saying hi to Optimize. They're friends. Play a lot of poker together.
Yeah.
I'm sure you play lots of poker with those guys. As have
See
I.
him around a lot on this show.
He's a good player. He's a GTO type of player. Thinking player. It's fun to play with. Like I said, it's I love the social aspect of it. All right, we got an interesting flop here. JB probably not going anywhere with the gutter, believe it or not. Mike's got top pair and Preston's got bottom pair, and somehow it goes check all the way around.
Aces and queens now for Mike. Still the best hands.
That queen really hurts Preston, as his 2 pair will be no good if he gets an 8, so he needs a 10.
Preston's $75 bet gets called by Mike's ace, and now aces and
4 to a flush, though.
And a 4 flush. 4 flush, 3 pair. Still the best hands. But can he press the call button against Preston's $100
Now
bet?
Mike doesn't even beat an ace, right? Because it's count. He's got that jack there.
What is sweet sizing for a bluff? The check raise! The check raise on the scariest board ever.
That's so strong, and it's a big raise too. I mean, he was ahead anyway.
This is a value bluff, is what this is.
Wow,
Board was flush. Board was great. Paired board.
Yeah, like when that jack came out, if his opponent had an ace, it's now chopped, right? So maybe he thought he was just trying to get him off of an ace. He didn't want to chop that pot, which is a great play.
The fun thing is, like with the 3 pair, like you could go for the 3 pair bluff because you are blocking boats. The problem is there's also like 4 to a straight, 4 to a flush. You don't block any of that.
Yeah, he went with I got a flush here.
Yeah. Like the 3 pair, like I'm not opposed to bluffing with the 3 pair just because it's going to be hard for him to have a boat. When you're bluffing, you really don't want your opponent to have the nuts. JB with a club draw.
Yeah, but the board is paired. Nobody has anything. JB's going to pair up now.
Now he has the best hand.
For a bet. Yeah, he could bet this.
And
Scott picks up an open ender. Yeah. I actually like that hand better. Actually, JB with the flush though.
Scott going for the $100 bet. If I'm JB, I just call here.
Yeah, yeah.
What he does. Gonna miss, unfortunately. Scott's pair of 10s will be best if it gets the showdown. Check, check. And no, JB wins rather. JB,
yeah, I like Scott's not bet because he was getting snapped off no matter what.
Yeah. Confused myself there for a second. Scott missed. JB missed, but JB had a pair. Why did I think Scott was good? It's getting late here. I'm getting frozen with the weather outside. It's freezing me. Freezing my brain.
It is freezing, and I'm just waiting for the rain to come. It's below freezing now. 30
it's going to be freezing rain.
It says it's going to snow at 10. That's perfect. That's right when I leave.
Yeah, Texas doesn't do snow very well.
Mr. Cake Suited broadways here. Bump it up to 35, which has been the standard raise. I think Scott finds a call here, although I don't like it out of position. I just don't like A6 in general. It is suited though. Looks like he's going to come in for a raise here. Does have the ace. Mr. Cake's hand is just too strong to fold, and he's in position.
A6 again, like A6 isn't very good, so like I like raising it. Like it's too good to like being suited. It's too good to fold, but it's also not good enough to call.
Oh, I thought that was two spades or two clubs. That would have been an action.
Just the one. So
As
top
it
pair
stands,
gut.
Mr. Cake has a gut shot. We need to see the 6 of clubs on the turn. That would be great. That would be great action flop there.
That would be the chaos card. Scott going for $100. Mr. Cake calls, so this will be an effective pot size bet behind. Mr. Cake does turn himself second pair.
Well, he picked up a lot more outs here, right?
Yeah,
So I don't think he's going anywhere now.
King, Queen, or Jack will do it for him.
Yeah, any Broadway cards basically. He's good.
Does Scott go for all of it here? He does have a pot size bet plus a tower.
I would have jammed there.
Instead, he checks.
He checked it. Oh, he gives a free card to Mr. Cake, which he doesn't improve.
If only there were an ocean, he could draw to the clubs.
Yeah, they both don't have a lot of money behind, so I would look for a value bet here, like 200. And so, oh, they go check. Okay.
Scott can tend to take a small one.
And there's really nothing wrong with that, right?
Top pair lousy kicker. It's far from the nuts. And you could easily check call a river bet by Mr. Cake.
I know exactly what you were talking about. That's so funny.
Branson's still by far the big winner. Rick also with a decent win.
Well, he's had a set, he's had pocket aces, and he's in the bomb pot he doubled up on. So he's gotten some good cards and played them well.
Yeah.
It's one thing to get good cards, it's another thing to get max value.
Absolutely.
Looks like Optimized called, but I don't know what he had. Oh, he's got 7-3.
No, he's made it 100 with 7.
Oh, he made it 100. Okay.
Which makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, I don't like the call.
Rick has a suited ace. I would have just folded. I would not have put in the raise. And Rick actually has the best hands with ace high. He's going to lead into optimize, it looks like.
Yeah, Optimize just folds here.
I don't think he's going to keep telling the story.
No, especially when that donk lead. But we both know it's a blocker bet. We both know it.
He just has like an over and back doors.
Optimize could just re-raise this.
No way. He's going to raise.
Yeah, that's the only thing he could do, or fold, right? I mean,
He has 7-3, and he's gonna just
it's going to work.
play it. He's making a move.
Oh, it's not going to work?
What's
Wow.
going on here?
Dude, are we sure that these hands are correct?
Or is he just making a show of this? He's got the chips in his hands, and he's gonna fold instead.
Don't show it. Don't show it. He showed it.
He does in fact have 7-3.
7-3, you know, it's a lucky hand.
Like he must think he's in that film Rounders. Like I made a move on him.
Chris is salivating.
I
So
sat down with the best and I
Hold it
beat him.
before there. Could have got it all.
yeah, I'm just seems like a good hand tonight.
Branson waking up with ace queen.
Everyone decides to call. At least everyone who's out of position decides to call.
And we have
And-
JB actually with the worst hand pre-flop is going to outflop everybody.
Yeah, worst to first. And he's going to lead. Top pair. I lead, I lead, I lead. Branson sticking around with ace high. Not turning anything. 7 of diamonds.
Branson not believing the story JB is telling. Branson does beat every non-pair hands here, most likely.
Close again. River.
Oh,
It's an ace. Now Branson has the best hands. He doesn't even have to worry about
Yeah.
bluff catching. Now JB quickly checks.
go half pot here. What do you think?
Seems about right.
Looks like it goes a
more.
little bit bigger, a lot
450.
bigger.
Maybe he's trying to say that he missed his club draw. Like maybe he has something like 9-8 of clubs and now he's got a bluff.
Yeah, if Branson had a 10, he's checking it as well. Branson had a 7, he's checking it. So,
He gets called.
yeah. I didn't like that, right? Because
Good
for
night
one,
gets better.
Branson knows JB has been playing a lot of hands and is hard to bluff. So, and I'm sure JB knows that about his image. So Branson's never betting there unless he can beat a 10. I would
Yeah.
think.
Puts him up past 5,000 in profit.
Great, he could buy a
a
used car now with that.
You could buy a dozen eggs with that.
It doesn't.
That's a reference
just-
that won't stand the test of time. Eggs are pretty expensive right now.
Yeah,
It's
they
a
are.
meme on the internet. At least it is as of the end of January 2023 when we're doing this show.
So in Hawaii right now, a dozen eggs is like $24. Yeah,
That's quite a bit.
and they have more chickens than anywhere. There's chickens all over the place.
Tell us chickens to get to work.
Yeah, that's why when you go to like get breakfast in a restaurant, you're like, oh, an omelet's $30. That's a little pricey. Nobody with a pair, huh? King Jack still in the lead.
Chris gonna take a stab at this. Probably gonna work unless it doesn't. JB has decided to check raise with Jack high into dream. And the dream comes true.
That's a strong play. Well, you know, like when you bet turn when it goes check on the flop like that and it's a 3, you probably aren't very strong, right? You're making a move just like Chris did there, and I think JB figured that out. Like,
Yeah, what are you trying to say you had?
Ace 3.
Yeah, like, that's about it. That's
Yeah, I mean
not a lot of
that's the only
hands.
thing. And that's so specific, so he probably doesn't have that. He's just trying to win the pot there, right? Did I just see Queen 10? No, I didn't. I thought I saw Queen 10 suited full.
I think I saw Queen 10 offsuit hit the muck, which makes sense because
Okay, I thought it was.
that hand's not very
clubs.
good when you're under the gun. Or maybe that was the straddle hand, and we're going to get back to it. So Branson with ace queen suited gets 3-bet by an inferior ace. JB
Branson
gonna
is
stick
out
the
of
dirty
position.
saver in the garbage.
He's got a 4-bet this. Oh, it is Queen 10.
Yeah, so yeah, it's the straddle hands. Sometimes that pops up first, and still not a good hand given this action. Branson gonna call. Branson sees one spade. Chris sees middle pair, which is the best at the moment. Check, check. Chris still ahead here. Branson needs exactly a queen if we get that far. Chris now gonna bet when check 2 the second time. Mr. Little 75 gets it done. Gonna put one more gamble in here.
All right, guys, we're still stuck at 93 likes.
I'm seeing 94 over here.
94, I'll take it.
We could still do better. Oh wow, I did even worse than the last time. I got the 3. Russell Wilson's number. Let's ride. That's right, I still openly admit to being a Bronco fan. Mike
That's an
putting in the
interesting
3-bet.
hand here. Optimize has really opened up his range.
Preston with ace jack of diamonds just folds.
That doesn't make sense. Well, I guess Mike Bell raised
Yep.
to 300. I mean,
Yeah, this was a raise and a 3-bet.
yeah, I probably fold ace. Yeah, that's a tough one.
With a tight image and these players playing this loose, like, you could make the argument for bombing it. Like, Preston only had like 900. He could have just shoved.
Should have called JB. That way you could call and take some of that mic money back.
That's right, Chad. I'm a Bronco fan from New York. I was a big John Elway fan. I'm still a Bronco fan. Honestly, neither of those New York teams were very good back in the day. So I'm a Bronco fan.
I'm an Eagles fan, and I'm from Florida, so.
Bronco Phantom certainly overrepresented on TCH Live with my colleague Aaron also being a big Denver fan.
All right. Ace 10 versus King 10 so far. And Rick with ace 10. So we have 2 ace 10 suited here.
Now let's see how two players play the same hands.
Mr. Cake with 9s. Is he going to raise? No, he doesn't raise. We have 5 to the. Oh, Branson hits Jen. There are 2 spades out there.
Middle set, and there is somebody with an overpair.
9s. Flush
Spades.
gets there.
Yeah, spades come in. Nobody has.
JB
Nobody
has
has the
one
flush.
spade.
JB has one spade, and it's not a great one. Mr. Cake with his overpair and gut shot. Gonna bet this $75. Branson bumping it up.
It's a tough spot, right? Because it looks like Branson got the flush, not the,
Yeah,
not
and
the set.
I think if you're Mr. Cake, the jig is up now. You just gotta fold.
Yeah, this is not. It's not a tough decision here. It's just trying to save face. Does have an overpair, but that board
Not a
is way
good
too
one,
connected.
and like the spades, there's a lot of rivers. Even if you're ahead, there's a lot of rivers that are going to be bad. DC Scooter says he's a 49er fan from Arkansas. Yeah, there's a lot of people cheering, especially for football teams in other markets, like other than the one that they're in. I'm sure the PAC insists that you get Cowboy games or Titan games, maybe in Arkansas, or both, I guess. But you like a different team, and that's fine. Personally, I can't wait until Sunday Ticket is on some streaming service, and I can pay them to watch the Broncos lose every week. I got spoiled this year. Like, they thought that the Broncos were going to be good, and we got a lot of national TV.
They should have been good.
They were supposed to be good. Too bad the coach was an idiot, and the entire offensive line got hurt.
Made Russell Wilson look like just terrible.
Most of the wide receivers got hurt. I mean, who was he supposed to throw to?
Oh yeah, Tim Patrick was hurt. Sutton was hurt for a while.
And everyone was hurt at some point.
You traded away Noah Fant.
And he went away in the Wilson trade. And then we lost like 2 running backs.
Yeah, Javonte Williams was good.
It was it was a rough season. And then finally the defense just quit on Christmas Day in front of the whole country.
Mr. Cake with 9s again is not going to make that same mistake. He's going to bump this up. Looks like it'll probably work.
Yeah. That's the job. Yeah, exactly. You're not going to get Niner games. The Cowboys are going to be your local game, and that's the game that you get. And Niners didn't get a lot of national TV anyway. Where do you think Garoppolo ends up next year?
That's a tough one, right? Because he seems to be injury prone. He's been injured a couple of times.
He was doing well enough this year until he got hurt.
Do you think a team like the Panthers will take a flyer on him, or? I mean, there are 3 or 4 really good quarterbacks in the draft. They're all going to go in the top 9.
Yeah. I would hate to see the Jets sign him.
The Jets could, yeah.
They are. I think they have delusions of getting Aaron Rodgers, though. They hired Hackett to be the offensive coordinator. I think they have the same delusions that Denver had a year ago. Just in case that doesn't work, though.
Like, who needs a quarterback? Probably Houston, Carolina, the Jets.
Vegas. Vegas needs a quarterback.
Vegas will need one. Probably Tampa Bay. That would be irony if he went to Tampa Bay right after Tom.
And Brady's done. Even if they don't think they need a quarterback, they need a quarterback. Brady's done.
They do, yeah.
He's going to be 46.
Trying to think who else needs a quarterback. Atlanta.
Yeah.
But again, it's he gets hurt a lot, right? He always misses half the season somehow.
Well, you know what? Lamar Jackson's been missing half the season, and he's about to get paid.
I'm not a huge fan of Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, I have a problem paying quarterbacks who haven't won anything. I'm looking at you, Dak Prescott.
Well, I think the Cowboys wish they didn't do that deal now.
Yeah.
For sure.
At some point, these owners are going to wisen up and realize that spending a quarter of your cap on one guy is not the way you're going to win championships.
Maybe they'll do a salary cap by position. You can only pay him $30 million.
Or like have a max contract. I'm surprised they didn't negotiate that a few years ago. Maybe in another decade when the CBA comes up, they'll fix that. Like, imagine you take that $10 million and you give it to the offensive line instead. Rick is somehow still in the spot with 10 high, which had a weak gut shot, and now Rick is going to lead all in, and he's going to get it done. So he had some devious plans there. Yeah, Jeff, I guess I am bringing the hot takes today. You get me started on the right subjects, you can get me going.
So we got someone saying Carr will go to Tampa Bay. That feels weird. That feels weird. I think Carr is a really good quarterback. I can't believe they're just going to give up on him.
I'm not sold on him. And again, he had a bad coaching situation this year. How does McDaniel still have a job?
Yeah,
The
they
only
probably
thing he's
because
done-
it's just 1 year. They're
The only
probably
thing
giving
he's
another
done
year.
differently from when he was in Denver was he didn't waste a draft pick on Tim Tebow this time. He hasn't wasted
Hey,
a first rounder yet.
Tebow threw that touchdown in the playoffs against the Steelers to Demaryius Thomas. Do you remember that?
I remember that. I also remember they only made it to the playoffs because the kicker had to bail them out every other week.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Tebow won a playoff game. Tebow also played for the Eagles for half a season. He was a fullback.
Yeah, he was a Jet for a hot minute.
All right, 7-6 versus 8. Optimize really just being much more aggressive tonight.
Gonna find the fault here against the Steamzola #1, the 8 of spades, 8 of hearts. Shout out to Steamzola.
I played with him the other day. He was here at TCH.
Yeah, I just saw him last week at TCH.
We should get a stream game with just all the, I don't want to say old school regulars.
Yeah, the old school TCH Live. I'm with you there.
But you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean, absolutely.
Let's put that together, like in a month or so.
I'm sure we could make that happen. I'm sure somebody could make that happen. To think we've been around a little over 3 years now.
I've been here 2.5 years.
Yeah. I mean, like
Almost.
TCH Live has been around a little over
they've
3
been
years.
around. That's how I actually started my interest in poker. It was like during the pandemic, and I never played poker, but I watched the WSOP, so I started watching this live stream, and that got me
Nice.
hooked.
And you saw me, and you somehow didn't run away from poker.
I saw all you guys. I was like, I wasn't. It wasn't a poker play. It was like, God, there's so much money. How does that? How is that possible?
Especially when you watch that 510 show.
$200 bet.
And then I started playing 510.
Yeah, hey, this looks like fun.
That's true.
People ask me a lot, what's the most important skill in poker? And there's so many, right? You could list off a top 10, but always for me it's bankroll management and table selection. Those are and my third one is folding.
Yeah.
Those are
How
my
about
three.
How about keeping a cool head when things go wrong?
Yeah, I think that's already a natural thing. I'm never emotional with a loss or a win.
Yeah, don't punt your money off.
Yeah, I don't. It kind of
Like,
falls under
especially on
bankroll
the-
management for me.
Like on the tournament streets, like I'll see people where like they get caught bluffing once, they just melt down and punt the rest of it off.
The way you just called from a big line.
You can't do that. I see 100 likes now. Well done. Thank you, everybody.
Awesome. We have, I think our last hand is going to be 109, so we've gone really fast tonight. Typically, we don't even see 100 most nights.
At least not on the 2-5.
No, yeah, so that's
510.
awesome.
Yeah, the 510 we actually see way more. Like we see like 120, 130 hands.
Yeah, we
You know what
don't
the
typically
secret
see it.
is? People fold pre-flop in 510. Here, like every hand goes to the flop. Like virtually every hand goes to the flop here. And most of those hands go beyond the flop. They go to like the turn, they go to the river. That's what cuts down the hands per hour.
Need to leave a little money behind.
You got
Just
someone
my-
saying
just my 2
Cowboys
cents.
need to bail on that Zeke contract. Well, I think that's guaranteed. They're going to take a cap hit. It's tough to get away from that. I mean,
How many times does a second contract work for a running back?
well, this one is like 15 million, something like that.
Yeah.
Field in a
Which,
A
I
running
mean-
back, like a running back gets a big contract. They get their second contract, and it's a big contract. How many times do you not regret it?
Well, I think for a running back, a second contract is always a waste
yeah, be there.
because they're just not the same player. Especially for Zeke, who in his first couple of years, I mean, he had 300 plus rushing attempts, and in college he ran like 250, 300 times in 10 games. So he's got a lot of mileage on him. He just doesn't have that same, like, he doesn't have that same pop he used to. Speaking of pop, JB is going to call with just a and call correctly, I might add. He's actually ahead. No, I'm sorry, he bet. Rick has to call.
One big. Yeah, Rick's going to get out of there, I think. Branson had tail left of the open ender, and
JB pick up another couple $100 there. He's looking pretty good.
yeah, it does seem like Pollard's the future, assuming he bounces back from the broken leg.
The Cowboys will need, if they get rid of Zeke, they'll need another power back though. They could pick one up in the draft pretty cheap. But I heard they're in cap hell with Zeke and with Dak, so those guys will probably be on the team. Because you're paying, I think you're paying Zeke anyway, if you cut him.
Yeah.
The only thing you could do is trade him. I don't know who anybody picking up that contract. I think Mike Bell flops a double.
Flash check, live stream.
No, he didn't.
Just one gut shot.
One got shot. I thought it was
Yeah,
four.
right here at the very end.
He's got it back to Orton
Seemed like the classic.
Yeah.
and gonna make it 175.
Yeah. Well, what Mike really has is aggression and heart to win that pot.
Yeah, right.
Did have the betting lead as the three-better.
Yeah, I think for my Eagles, sorry if I keep talking about him, I think Miles Sanders will be gone too next year because he's up for his max contract, and you got to decide. You know, with good teams, you got to decide who you want to pay, right? You
Yeah.
just can't
I
pay
wonder what
everybody.
Cincinnati's going to look like once they have to pay Burrow.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to lose either Higgins. They're going to lose Higgins is what it's going to come down to because you can't because Higgins is going to want a max contract. Higgins is good. We got fours here for Scott. He's been kind of quiet after that bomb pot. I'm kind of rooting for Scott here on this one. I'm hoping he gets his set here. Gonna get a lot of action as we're going to go 5 to the flop here.
Me too.
And Optimize is gonna throw some money away here. Yeah, I saw a king in the window. Optimize is just gonna flop everybody. It looks like he'll check it though. Yeah,
Preston's got the open ender.
he does. I actually like Preston's hand better. He's got backdoor. No, he doesn't. Never mind. Thought he got 2 clubs there. We're gonna see Optimize bet this here for sure now.
Deuce of hearts turn. Optimize going to bet the top pair as you predicted. Those 2/3 pot. Wars find the muck. Preston does not want to draw to the nuts.
Yeah, I think if Optimize bet the flop, Preston calls. But
Tight is right, guys.
Optimize the players. Tight is right.
is going to make a small dent in his losses. Only down 1.5.
Branson by far the big winner. Rick with a decent night as well. The action definitely picked up in the back half of the show.
Yes, it did.
Preston below the line, You see a lot of players well above the line.
Someone saying they would trade Zeke. I don't think anybody would trade for Zeke. Not with that contract.
I also don't know what dead money the Cowboys would still be stuck with. Like, even when you trade a player,
You still
like,
get,
there's
yeah,
still a cap
unless
charge.
sometimes a team can absorb that if they're willing to pay it, but I don't think anybody can. I don't think anybody would.
I think that dead money also has to do with something like how you structure it with salary versus bonus or something.
Ooh,
Middle
a set of
set
fives for
optimize.
optimize. Rick has a gutter, it looks like, and 2 overcards for Mr. Cake. Now, I think if he saw the cards, he would just call, but I think with this flop, you do have to raise this.
And so he does.
Kind of big. Really almost commits Mr. Cake all his chips here. I think those bluffs earlier that Optimize showed, which he kind of wanted to kind of help him in that situation there, because if anybody had a pair, they might call him for sure.
Ace Jack versus King Queen action here.
Oh, let's see what
Something
the
for everyone.
It is, right? It's hard to flop a pair, and JB's got one. Yeah. JB's never going anywhere with that. Wow, they both have gutters now, if I'm not mistaken.
Each player wants the other to make 2 pair, and Mike does make the straight. Had the best hand anyway. And I have a hard time getting paid here.
Yeah.
But what do I know? He's going to get paid.
Yeah, but that's never a bluff, right, for that sizing?
If you have a board where you're not beating very much, and you're also blocking the missed diamonds,
All
like
right,
he has to have like exactly King 10 of diamonds. That's the
I
only
guess
hands
it's
I can think of that he beats. Like King 10 of diamonds, and that's it. Pretty much anything else he gets there with either has a straight or 2 pair. Skullbone, I think they did a raffle a couple of months ago. It's benefit though. You're right about that. It's benefit since they've done a raffle. Hopefully they do one again soon. I don't have any
Steve, thank
insight
you.
into what they do.
Thank you for the update. We have 101 likes now. We did it. I appreciate
Well
appreciate
done,
all
everyone.
of you for helping out there.
And if you're watching this in the future in the archive, it is not too late to hit the like button.
We got a couple of
Ranson with
suited
3-bet.
spades here running into each other.
Rick should not be peeling with 8-5.
It's getting late. We only have 2 more hands on the stream. But yeah, 8-5 suited. It's probably not the hand you want to go to war with there.
All right.
Bomb
Honestly,
pot.
penultimate hands.
This is our last hand of the night. We're going to end it in a bomb pot, as usual.
Oh yeah, well, just make sure I'm not.
No, this is 2, 5, 10, 20. It looks like.
Oh, I'm sorry. 109
108.
is our last
Yeah.
hand. I apologize.
So I'll remind you guys one more time, be sure hit like and subscribe, especially hit that subscribe button, find out every time we're on the air. Dallas Tuesdays and Wednesdays, weather permitting. I know it's going to be a bit icy up that way. Hope you're all staying safe up there. Thursday, back here in Austin for a special 125 PLO. I'll be playing on that. Dante will be in the booth for that. And every Saturday, we've got the tournament final table from Dallas. And you're subscribed. You find out every time we're on the air.
Scott's going to open up 10-7 suited. That's a little
Optimized
ambitious.
opens up the offsuit ace and is going to get punished by the jacks. This is where everyone's going to say, just kidding. So the West Hold'em hand goes to Mike.
Yeah, we are going really fast here tonight. It seems like.
They folded pre-flop. It's amazing.
Well, Mike really didn't give him a choice, right? He's going to call 300.
All right, bomb pot.
Squeeze, Mike.
All right, we need to see Mr. Cake here double up, and Preston and Scott. Those are the three I'm looking for. So Branson's won too much money.
Here come the flops.
Let's see what we're looking for. We're looking for who's got hearts. Maybe 4-6.
And who's got like low cards that could make straights with
4-6 would be a nice hand right now. 2 pair and
5-3 is not a bad thing either.
5-3. Yeah, the other way, 5-3 is even better.
We see a 6-5. We see a 4 deuce.
Set up
7
live
of hearts,
stream.
8 of clubs. Optimize has the nuts straight on the bottom.
Who's got the
hearts?
flush?
JB has king high hearts. That looks like they're
Okay.
the best hearts at the moment.
He's not shy about betting his second nuts there.
Set of queens for Mike is going to make the call. Preston calls. No, he folds. Optimize calls. 8-7-5 is going to be 2 pair and a straight on the bottom. Relays to the river. King of spades, 7 of diamonds, king high hearts, good for JB. And on the bottom, optimize with the straight to the 8.
Yeah, I was seeing who's got the 5 there, and it is optimized. So this will be a chopped pot, it looks like. And I think, yeah.
Yeah, so JB potted it. It looks like Mike folded, and then optimized called. So yeah, chop it up.
All right, that'll do it for tonight. Thank you, William, for having me on the show.
Well, thank you for having me. This was your show first.
Yeah, I appreciate it. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah,
Thanks
this
everybody
was a
for
great time.
hopping in and hitting those likes. And again, Thursday, special PLO stream featuring Mr. Lottie. Now we'll be commentating, and I'm looking really forward to that. And we'll see you next Thursday and then next Monday. Last words, William?
Great show, and I look forward to putting on a good show Thursday with the PLO. And thank you all for watching. Be sure to hit like and subscribe.
Awesome. Okay, well, I will see you guys Thursday. Have a great night and be safe if it's anything like this weather here in Austin.
Have a good night.
Oh, we don't need to scan anymore.
No more scan. Raise.
But they're gonna keep scanning the cards so that they can keep texting me what you have.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Bet.